Mic check for the YouTube stream.
Okay. Hello? Hello, yeah. Okay. And then,
No, I have not seen it yet. I'm looking for it right now. I checked it tonight. Oh, you checked? Yeah. So we'll hopefully hear. See when we hear. Yeah. Do you know when? Second. There is second, but I don't know. I like your style. You're very comfortable. You're like that. No, I don't. I mean, I'm sure we'll see. Yes. You might be here for the
Testing, testing.
You can control it right now.
Good morning. My name is Nancy Oman, and I will be chairing today's Scarborough Committee of Adjustment hearing. Panel members joining me today are Eric Howe, Asif Khan, Ann McCauley, and David Stinson. In accordance with Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting for the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning that apply to the property, permission to extend or alter lawful nonconforming uses, and consent to sever property to create new lots. We acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and it is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit and the Williams Treaty signed with multiple Mississaugas and Chippewa bands. Committee of Adjustment public hearings are conducted in a hybrid and personal and virtual format, and some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person and others will participate virtually through WebEx, an online digital platform. The meetings are streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing can watch on YouTube. Those who chose to participate virtually and registered in advance will be connecting by video or audio. All virtual participants will be automatically muted upon entry. When your item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask that you mute your devices until you are called upon to speak. Those participating by video will be temporarily upgraded to panelist when their item is called, and during this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your allotted speaking time or to answer questions, and at all other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Those participating via WebEx are not allowed to use the share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. The host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the committee's decision on an application must fill out a decision request card. And those participating virtually need to submit a written request for the decision by email. Please include your name, address, and an email address because the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Body known as TLAB will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email only. If you do not agree with the committee's decision, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons, and public bodies, as those terms are defined in the Planning Act, are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chairs should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant or agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee, and I'll comment when you're reaching the 5-minute mark. Any presentation or other supporting materials you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept materials at the hearing. When addressing the committee, please state your name, address, and please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee on an application. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure that the revisions are accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. Then individuals either in support or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Generally, we first call on speakers in the hearing room and then those participating through WebEx. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent has an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion, and the application will then be taken into committee for a decision. All right. So we need to confirm the minutes of the last hearing. So, Mr. Stinson?
Thank you, Chair. I move that we approve the minutes from the last meeting.
Okay, do I have a seconder for that motion?
I'll second the motion.
All right, so we have a motion to adopt the minutes of the last meeting, moved by Mr. Stinson, seconded by Mr. Khan. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Are there any declarations of interest by staff or by panel members for the hearing today? Okay, seeing none. Mr. Deputy Secretary Treasurer, are there any files to be closed?
Through the chair, there are none.
How about deferrals?
Through the chair, there are 5 deferral requests.
Okay, go ahead.
The first deferral request is item number 4, 50 Dean Park Road. Deferral at the request of the applicant to address issues raised by community planning.
All right, is there anybody in the audience that's here for number 50 Dean Park Road? You're in opposition? Can you come to the front here, please? And then do we have the applicant online?
Yes, I'm online.
I just want you to know, can you just state your name, ma'am, for the record?
Dean Dade.
My
name,
I'm not sure, I'm not going to have you speak now. Are you aware that the applicant has asked for a deferral because the community planning would like to have this matter deferred as they feel there's outstanding issues?
yes, I am aware. I've found that information out yesterday on the website.
Okay, so we're only going to deal with the deferral, but I'm going to go to the applicant for a minute, and then I'll come back to you. He'll just let us know why he needs the deferral. Okay, Mr. Langley, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you speak up a little bit, please? And could you just give us your name and address for the record, and then tell us why you're asking for deferral?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's Christopher Langley from Batory Planning and Management, 41550 Kingston Road in Pickering, Ontario. We've read the staff report, specifically City Planning's comments, as well as had a meeting with City Planning just to discuss submitting a site plan application due to the additional density that is requested as part of the application. We're not in opposition of this request as well, and we'll be working with planning staff through this application. So the deferral is for an interim period of time to work with planning staff, and then once we've reached a consensus with them, we will bring the application forward for re-review.
All right. And just as a side note, Ms. Dade is here. I'll ask her, are you in favor of the deferral?
Yes, we are.
Okay, and perhaps, Mr. Langley, you could connect with her before the next meeting also.
Will do. Yep.
Okay, thank you. Okay, panel members, we're in committee on the deferral. Ms. McCauley.
Thank you. I recommend deferral of this application at the request of the applicant for further consultation with the planning department.
Okay, do I have a seconder for that motion?
Thank you, Chair. I'll second the motion.
Okay, I have a motion to defer the application as requested by the applicant to further have discussions with planning. Moved by Ms. McCauley, seconded by Mr. Howe. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Thank you. And you'll be notified again of the next meeting.
I appreciate that very much. May I also ask, is at this point in time, once the deferral is happening and approved, then I will not be able to do my presentation, but it still stays on the website?
You can still do a presentation and when it comes back. So
I know, but not today.
Not today, no.
That's what I want to
Yeah,
mention.
okay, thanks.
Thank you very much for your time. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you for coming out. Okay, Mr. Deputy Secretary Treasurer.
The second deferral request for the hearing today is item number 5, 291 Danforth Road. Deferral at the request of the applicant to address concerns identified by Transportation Review.
Okay, is there anyone in the audience for 291 Danforth Road? Okay, I don't believe there's any speakers online, so do we have the agent?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, I need your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Mengchen Xu, and I'm from AX Truck Solutions. My address is 1505 150 Fairfield Mall Drive, North York, Ontario.
Okay, good morning. Can you please tell us why you need a deferral?
So we are just requesting a deferral to allow more time to work with the Transportation Department to address their concerns regarding the agreement updates and also a parking diagram.
Okay, thank you. Panel members, we're in committee. I need a motion for the deferral.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, at the request of the applicant, I move deferral of this application so the applicant could address community planning concerns or transportation review concerns.
Okay, Mr. Stinson.
Thank you, Chair. I'll second the motion.
All right, we have a motion to defer at the request of the applicant to have further discussions with transportation, moved by Mr. Howe, seconded by Mr. Stinson. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Okay, item number 6. Sorry.
Through the chair, the third deferral request, item number 6. 131 Sheen Drive, deferral at the request of the applicant to address issues raised by community planning.
Okay, is there anybody in the audience for 131 Sheen Drive? Seeing none, I have nobody online. Could I have the agent, please?
Good morning, Madam Chair and the committee members.
Good morning. I need your name and address for the record.
My name is Nusrat Jahan. I'm from Bonlata Consultants, 3400 Danforth Avenue.
Can you please tell us why you need a deferral?
We need the deferral. We're requesting deferral to address community planning concerns on soft landscaping. We want to improve on variances.
Okay. Panel members, we're in committee on the deferral.
Thank you, Chair. I'll comment. I think we should defer this matter based on the applicant's request.
Okay, do I have a seconder?
Thank you, Chair. I'll second the motion.
All right, we have a motion to defer on the request of the applicant to have further discussions with community planning, moved by Mr. Stinson, seconded by Mr. Howe. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Mr. Deputy Secretary Treasurer.
The fourth deferral request is item number 8, 16 Bugle Hill Road, deferral at the request of the applicant to address concerns identified by community planning and urban forestry.
Okay, is there anybody in the audience for 16 Bugle Hill Road? Okay, I don't have any speakers online. Do we have the agent or the owner?
Through the chair, the agent isn't online, but we see the owner, so we're going to request the owner speak.
Okay. Mr. Vardanyan, are you there? Hello? Armin? Mr. Vardanyan?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear your child also.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. We need your name and address for the record, please.
Hello, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can. If you can't hear me, maybe something's not set right on your end.
Yeah, good morning, Madam Chair and committee member. My name is Armin Vartanyan, owner of 16 Bugle Hill Road.
Okay, can you hear me? We need to know why you want a deferral. Sir, can you hear me? Can we just go ahead and vote?
Through the chair, we do have the...
After addressing transportation comments, we received the revised arborist report at a later date, and we have not yet had opportunity to review the updated submission with urban forestry and community planning. A short deferral will allow us time to go over it. Thank you.
All right, panel members, we're in committee, so on the deferral request. Ms. McCauley.
Thank you. I recommend deferral for 16 Bugle Hill Road in order to allow the applicant and urban forestry to consider their concerns.
Okay, do I have a seconder?
Chair, I'll second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion to defer as requested by the applicant, so you can consult with forestry and planning, moved by Ms. McCauley, seconded by Mr. Stinson. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Okay, Mr. Deputy Secretary Treasurer.
Through the chair, the last deferral request for the session today is item number 18, 16 Homestead Road. Deferral at the request of the applicant to address concerns identified by community planning.
Okay, is there anybody in the audience for 16 Homestead Road? Are you in opposition or are you the agent? Okay, can you come to the front, please? Is there anybody else online other than the agent? No? So we're only dealing with a deferral request today. Okay, and could I just have your name before I go to the agent?
Mary Georgiadis.
Caprice Akram.
So, okay, hang on a second. So Caprice, how do you spell your last name?
Akram.
And your address?
21 Shoreview Drive.
Okay, and your name again, I'm sorry?
Mary
Mary?
Georgiadis, Georgiadis.
Okay, and your address?
15 Shoreview Drive.
Okay, I'm just gonna go to the agent so he can let us know why he wants a deferral. Okay? So we're only dealing with the deferral today.
Through the chair, I believe there's someone registered
There is
online.
somebody, yeah, there is some, that's why I was
No?
asking.
Okay.
They're not there?
Through the chair, neither the applicant or the speaker that registered online is online. The applicant is not online.
Well, can we go ahead and defer this? I mean, we do have the request. You have them?
Through the chair, we're gonna unmute Jonathan Benkowski.
For number 18? Okay.
Can you hear what they're saying? You can't hear.
Mr. Benkowski, are you there?
I'm here, Madam Chair. Good morning.
Hi, you're going to speak for the deferral on number 18?
Correct, Madam Chair.
Okay, so for 16 Homestead, can you just let the two people that are here know and us know why you need the deferral?
The variance was incorrectly identified by the zoning examiner, so we received a revised zoning notice yesterday.
Okay.
The variance essentially stays the same, but the wording of the variance has changed with the new garden suite zoning.
Okay, what about the forestry issue? Are they gonna discuss that also? I'm sure.
Yes, Madam Chair. I actually had discussions with forestry prior to, because this was initially deferred to discuss with forestry. I discussed with forestry, I received the green light, and then I received a negative report. I've re-engaged forestry, and I believe we are okay to stay as it is. But again, because of the deferral, I didn't go back to them for a revised report because, again, the variance was not identified correctly on the public notice or the zoning notice.
I see. So that'll be ironed out, right? Because it's showing refusal report now.
I'm hoping, Madam Chair. I am hoping.
Okay. All right. So do you agree with the deferral? I mean, we have to defer it because of the city staff. So there's right now, as you heard, there's a forestry refusal report, and planning needs to discuss further because some of the variances are not correct as per the notice. So that's why it has to be deferred. And then it'll be recirculated, but now that staff has your names, you will be notified of the hearing next time it comes back. So are you okay with that, both of you?
Yes, we are.
Okay, thanks. Okay, panel members, we're in committee, and so to the deferral.
Thank you, Chair. I'd move that we defer this matter based on what the agent said.
Okay, do I have a seconder?
In that motion?
Okay, we have a motion to defer the item so that further discussions can be had with planning and with forestry, as well as looking at some revisions possibly to the variances. Moved by Mr. Stinson, seconded by Ms. McCauley. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Thank you. Okay, just bear with me 1 second. All right. All right, we're now going to go to item number 118 to 120 Newlands Avenue and 528 to 530 Birchmount Road. We have before us a public hearing notice, location map, plan of survey and plans, a draft plan of survey, a cover letter from Imran Khan. We have planning rationale prepared by DG Biddle and Associates, site-specific bylaw, as well as site photos. We have reports from engineering asking for conditions, as well as forestry asking for conditions, and we have an advisory report from community planning, and we have one person in opposition. And I am showing, I believe, one speaker. Are you in the audience for 118, 120 Newlands Avenue? Anybody want to speak to that in the audience? Okay. Do you have anybody online that's speaking in opposition? Because I'm showing them in person. Okay, so they're just not here. How about the applicant? All right, go for it.
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Khan, you there?
Yeah, good morning, Madam Chair. This is Architect Imran on behalf of the owner for this proposal.
Okay, I need your address for the record.
1906 Parkside Drive, Pickering, Ontario.
Okay, sir. Panel members, do you need a presentation? Anybody have any questions on this for Mr. Khan? No? Okay, sir, panel, we've read all the materials. We don't have any questions. We are ready to take it into committee. Is there anything you want to add that's not in the materials before us?
No, actually, we have like almost 4 years running this proposal, and we got the amendment approval. Now just we are trying to implement the proposal, right, towards the construction and finish the construction, right? So we don't have anything to add. Everything added in our proposal. Yeah, thanks.
All right. Thank you, sir. All right, panel members, we're in committee. Ms. McCauley.
Thank you. I'm prepared to make a proposal.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I recommend approval of this consent application. It is only a consent. The zoning bylaw was approved in June of 2024, so now we are dealing with simply the division of the lots, and it's subject to conditions from development engineering and urban forestry.
Okay. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Howe?
Thank you, Chair. I'll second the motion.
All right, we have a motion to approve the application, including engineering conditions as well as forestry conditions, 1, 2, and 3, and that's moved by Ms. McCauley, seconded by Mr. Howe. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Your application's approved, sir. Okay. Application number 2, 18 WILLOWLEA Drive. We have before us public hearing notice, location map, plan of survey and plans, a draft plan of survey, previous decisions affecting the property. We have a cover letter from the Highland Creek Multiplex and Severance. We have presentation materials from the agent, stormwater management report. We have natural heritage impact study. We have a peer review of natural heritage impact study. We have stormwater management plan dated 2024, site servicing plan, an arborist report prepared by Connor Wixon from Davy Resource Group. We have a report from engineering requesting deferral. We have reports from forestry, refusal report, an advisory from ravine and natural feature protection. And we have a counselor letter, and we also have comments from Heritage. So I'm showing a few speakers here. Is there anybody here in person to speak to 18 WILLOWLEA? Okay, are you all in opposition? Okay, can all of you grab seats in the front here, somewhere in the front row? How many of you are speaking? 3? Okay. 4? I don't know. Somehow I doubt it. No. The behind there. Yeah. You grab a seat there. You're speaking too, sir? You're also, are you in opposition or are you? Okay, so sorry. How many of you are speaking? Just put your hands up again. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is anybody here from the Highland Creek Association? That's you. Okay. And is there anybody online in opposition or just the agent?
Through the chair, we just have the agent
All
and
right.
both agents online.
Okay, can we have whoever's taking the lead?
Craig, you have been unmuted.
Sorry, is this Mr. Race?
Yes, ma'am. Craig Race, applicant for the application, 100 Lombard Street.
All right, we have a number of people speaking. I think it's 6. So can you just do a brief presentation, please?
Certainly, if staff could please share our supporting material. I'll walk you through it. This application is for a severance of a 100 by 400 foot lot, approximately, into 2 proposed lots, each with a 52-foot lot frontage. There are no minor variances related to the homes being proposed. They're currently planned to be multiplexes that are intended for individual sale. Each unit in the multiplex has approximately 4 bedrooms. I do have some presentation material. If staff could pull that up, I'd appreciate it. I'll try to keep laying the groundwork as it pulls up. The site it backs onto the 401 and is located near Meadowvale. When I get the aerial view up, if you go to the next page, please, you'll see the site context. There is a narrow conservation boundary between the residential developments in this area and the highway, which we back onto. Next page, please. There are 2 minor variances related to the lot severance itself. This area is subject to a site-specific bylaw exemption that does not define a lot area or lot frontage requirement. So the variances are simply to split the lot frontage and lot area approximately in half. I will point out the various conservation boundaries that extend approximately halfway into the site. The new development is proposed beyond these boundaries. The site is currently a single-family home that stands in disrepair. The houseplexes proposed share a mutual drive with 1 parking space per unit proposed in the rear yard. Again, there are no minor variances for the development itself. Next page, please. When we undertake a severance, we perform analysis of the area to measure how proposed frontage and lot area relates to the established development pattern. You will see the proposed frontage is larger than more than 3/4 of the lots in the study area. And if we go to the next page, lot area is greater than 96% of lots in the study area. So it's clear the proposed lots will be among the largest, which is appropriate given the conserved north half of each property. Next page, please. This project has undertaken perhaps the most substantial amount of due diligence and outreach I've experienced so far in my career. Most of this was redoing and updating studies that were part of a previous severance approval. The severance was actually approved by the committee in 2022, I believe. That severance lapsed and or merged, I'm not sure which, so we are essentially here to repeat that work. But as part of that, we had to redo a tree study. We are proposing removing 20 regulated trees as part of this development, which currently incurs a replanting plan of 53 trees. We've received comments from forestry and neighbors asking us to improve this, which we intend to do. I will note that in the supplemental memorandum from forestry, They are recommending conditions 1 and 2 if severance is approved to ensure we receive all appropriate approvals, which we are open to. The site was reviewed by Ravine and Natural Feature Protection, which also included a 1-year peer-reviewed natural heritage impact study, which concluded there was no negative effects on urban or on natural habitat in the area. It's also reviewed by transportation, engineering, stormwater, and a multitude of other departments, all of which generally are appropriate or accepting of the proposal. We did a fair amount of neighbor outreach, and there was a consistency in comments we heard specifically relating to trees, which again, urban forestry condition 1 and 2 is what we use to intend to improve the tree removal. I will note that urban forestry did not impose conditions on the previous approval of this conveyance. Just for your information, here is the reference plan that was approved by committee in previous years. We are simply replicating the severance line. This was originally part of one extremely large lot being split into 4. The two portions are what re-merged, and we are re-splitting today. So to conclude, I'll be happy to respond to comments and questions from the committee and neighbors, but the severance was previously approved, and there are no minor variances related to the buildings. We have performed the due diligence that was requested by us of staff, and as such, there are conditions that will ensure that approving the severance will guarantee that the development of the lot will follow the requirements of all the various staff parties and hopefully address concerns related to the natural features of the site. Thank you. Please answer questions or wait for comment.
Okay, I think you have a question, Mr. Stinson.
Thank you, Mr. Race. Thank you. Congratulations, too, on consulting with the community. We always appreciate it here. There's some concern I have with this file based on engineering review that's suggesting we defer this, and of course, urban forestry. The direct quote is, if despite the recommendations of urban forestry to not defer this, they're given the conditions. I just want to make that clear. They're not putting the suggestion of conditions to this committee first. They're actually asking us to defer it. Are you aware of that?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make it clear.
And our rationale for not deferring was that the previous consent application was approved without these conditions. And although the application today is simply for the lots themselves, if condition 1 and 2 is imposed, we will have to satisfy forestry's conditions prior to getting any building permits for the site.
I appreciate that. I also want to make a correction for the record. Urban forestry is asking for a refusal. So anyway, we'll get on with it. We've got a lot of people here to talk. Thank you.
Okay, before I go to the speakers, I neglected to mention that we do have, we also received 3 form letters in support from 3 residents on WILLOWLEA, and then several people wrote in, including the adjacent property at number 20, WILLOWLEA, in opposition, as well as Highland Creek Community Association. So I just wanted to let everybody know we do have all that material. Okay, who wants to speak first, or have you guys had any discussion? But I'm now, whoever, I need one of you to step up to the podium, so. Okay, go ahead. Yeah. Lucky you. You probably have more experience, but okay, I just need your name and address for the record.
Good morning. My name is David Atlas. I'm at 29 Milroy Crescent in Scarborough. I'm a member of the Highland Creek Community Association. I'll be brief. We submitted a letter in opposition to the application, I guess, well, before the deadline anyways. The primary objection is in regard to the built form of what is proposed. I realize that you can only deal with variances, requests for variances before you. However, I believe that the built form is actually a back-to-back townhouse, which would not be permitted on this lot. Again, our understanding, we don't pretend to be experts on the development. Further, hearing that the individual units are meant for sale, I question with a residential detached zoning for the lot whether that's even permitted. I did raise this to staff along with questions about the parking behind the proposed buildings. They did respond about the parking, but they did not respond about the proposed built form. That our contention is it's actually back-to-back townhouses that are being built and not a multiplex. My research is supported in the definitions with the zoning bylaws in regards to what constitutes a townhouse, what constitutes a multiplex or a duplex or a houseplex. As we've objected before about developments that impact trees substantially, it was welcome to see that urban forestry is recommending refusal of this with regards to the trees as well. So we appreciate that. And I think that's about it. Everything else was in our letter, which I expect that you've probably reviewed in detail. So.
Yes,
I'm
your
happy to
letter
take
was
any
very
questions.
thorough. Mr. Stinson has a question.
Thank you, Chair. Great report. Thank you, Mr. Atlas, on that. Just so we're clear, if I understand you correctly, and you were also qualifying your comments with you're not an expert, I think, you're disagreeing with the definition of the build?
Yes.
For the various city departments that do have experts in them?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, I appreciate that. That's an uphill fight, but at least you're clear.
And it certainly wouldn't be the first time that we've raised things back to staff and they've changed their report as a result. Additionally, the Highland Creek Community Secondary Plan, which I'm sure you're familiar with, also talks to built form in the community, which is to be single detached dwellings. And so if nothing else, built form, from my perspective, has to at least represent the view from the street, regardless of what may actually be inside. The Highland Creek Community Secondary Plan specifically throughout the community, unless it's otherwise been revised, speaks to single detached dwellings to be constructed, even in the case of infill housing. So we have multiplexes that are being built within the community, but they generally look like a house from the outside. This clearly does not. It's got two front doors facing the street, two front doors facing from the back of the lot. The interior of the house, when you look at the design, meets the definition of a back-to-back townhouse, and therefore would not be permitted within a residential detached zoning area.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Khan.
Yep.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. Sir, my question to you is you are representing Highland Creek, right?
Highland Creek, yes.
So then if the consultation was done, then why we have so many people sitting here and representing their concern? So did you have in the meeting with them or what?
I'm sorry, did the association?
Yes.
With the community? No. I didn't represent that we had consulted with the community per se. We looked at the application.
Are these members of the association or what?
No, I think these are individual residents, perhaps living on WILLOWLEA, that want to speak, presumably in opposition to the application.
So how do you conjure up or understand what the issues of the communities are? Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I thank you. Thank you, Chair. Mr. Khan makes a good point. I think what Mr. Khan's, just to distill it to the finest point, how many people do you represent in the association?
So there are about 4,000 houses in the community that 4,000 houses we deliver to.
Okay, and I think that gives us a sense of the membership. That's substantive.
Yeah.
And I guess maybe you'll sign some new people up today.
I hope so.
All right, Ms. McCauley.
Okay. I was going to speak afterwards, but the Highland Creek Community Association has made some issues here, or has raised some issues. Sir, this is a consent application. The only thing in front of us is whether this lot should go into be one lot or two.
Right.
If you look at all the information, you see that they have provided some plans. There is no comment on those plans. There's no comment as to whether they meet the zoning bylaw or whether they could be built. If you go a bit further into the comments, the engineering report makes it very clear that there's some engineering and drainage concerns in this area. I'm sure you saw that.
Yeah.
And that those drainage concerns and engineering concerns have to be addressed before this consent application can proceed, or certainly before any building permits. But those engineering concerns also state that the high water table in this area, the lack of stormwater sewers,
Yep.
and the overall drainage means that the proposed housing on these lots can have basements, but no windows in the basement. And they go on and say that there should be additional backflow septic systems.
Some pumps and stuff.
Because it is unsafe to have any living accommodation in the basement because of flooding. So clearly, the plans that we see today would not be, the plans that are proposed here would not be acceptable. So, yes, I understand those plans show maybe back-to-back townhouses. They may show anything, but they're the architect's dream, which will not have any basis in reality if they can satisfy the engineering concerns about development on the lot.
Ms. McCauley, do you have a question at all of the
No,
speaker?
it's a comment because he was commenting on the dwelling units.
Okay.
And I wanted to make it clear that the dwelling units, although shown here, are not in front of us. And in my opinion, and I'll address that later, but in my opinion, are not feasible.
Okay. All right, does anybody have another question of the speaker? Okay,
If I could ask a question of Ms. McCauley, though.
well, not really, but if you
Fair
want to
enough.
make a quick, short comment, go ahead.
I guess I understand that there's the severance application. There's also two for each of the buildings as well, which included plans. But I understand there's only a severance before you, but there are 3 items on the request. There's a request to sever, and then the minor variances for the builds as well, so.
We have minor variances for lot frontage and lot area. We don't have anything for the
I
building.
understand those are the variances, but if there's an error in what's been submitted for plans for buildings, then there's a problem.
Right, but that's not, like, that's
I
not
think,
for us
make it
to
clear, there's
determine.
no, they submitted plans for buildings, but there's no commitment to actually build those. And we would not be approving those plans today in any case.
Like, we're only dealing, so we're getting into discussion, which really isn't
Yeah, no,
appropriate.
I appreciate that.
Just finally, we're only dealing with the severance and the lot area and lot size. We're not dealing with variances for the built form, which you already indicated when you
Yeah.
first spoke, so. But we understand your concern.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, next speaker. Who's gonna speak? Good morning, sir. I need your name and your address.
My name is Veena Devadas. Address 20 WILLOWLEA Drive, Scarborough, Ontario, M1C1J5.
Okay, you have 5 minutes, sir, starting now.
Through the chair, thank you very much for the opportunity. So I live at 20 WILLOWLEA Drive, which is right next to the subject property 18 WILLOWLEA Drive to the east. And the subject property has a ravine and backing into the 401 at the north, and there is no property on to the west and to the that's the WILLOWLEA Drive Road. So the only neighboring property the subject property has currently is my property, which is to my intention is that this is going to be deeply impacting my property, my personal use and enjoyment. So I understand this request for variance is for the severance, which is what I am here to object. Currently, this property, the subject property has 104-foot frontage, and they are requesting severance of 52 into 2 lots. But the issue we have with that severance is, as I also made a submission, written submission already. I believe the committee may have viewed that. So my concern is within the 2 proposed buildings, there is only a 4-foot driveway, which technically gives only 4-meter driveway, which technically gives only 2 meters for each lot. So I'm not sure how vehicular traffic can go within 2-meter driveway and go back and forth, and minding that there are 5 parking lots at the back for 4 properties. So altogether there will be 10 parking lots for 8 subunits. So my concern, I have detailed in my submission, like if in the case of an emergency, how could like emergency access could be possible within the 2-meter driveway. If not severed, they will have 4 meter. But this is asking for severance, so which technically means you get only 2 meters of driveway. And suppose once severed, if both lots becomes owned by 2 different parties and they decide to put up a fence between the 2 lots, they won't even get 2-meter driveway because the fence will impede some of the vehicular movements. So it's practically not possible to have any vehicle moving along that 2-meter driveway. So that's my main argument with regard to the shared driveway. But I have also identified other issues with regard to the development, having 5 times 2, 10 parking lots at the rear, which is going to impact my privacy at the backyard. So the entire development, my land is 50 by 200. The entire development on this, even though this subject property has 400 foot of depth, the entire development is within the 200 feet, which my land adjoins to. So they have exactly the same length as my existing house, and they have the entire parking lot just sitting next to my backyard. So I have a green backyard, and they are going to have 10 parking spots emitting gas, smell, and sounds, glaring lights at the night, and which is going to destroy my privacy and enjoyment. I think that another point raised by the Highland Creek Association, this is not a regular house in that neighborhood. So we have just 1 door, 1 balcony, but this is going to have 4 doors, 4 balconies at the front, in addition to having 4 doors, 4 balconies at the rear. So I'm not sure whether this is part of the application here, but I would like to highlight the fact that this is not the regular development that gels with the neighborhood, and it doesn't go along with the neighborhood pattern. So the rest of it I have already submitted in detail in my application, so I'm open to answering any questions the committee may have.
Mr. Khan has a question for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, Madam. Sir, did you have the opportunity of speaking your difficulties with the developer?
The developer never tried to reach out to me. I didn't have any way of contacting him. And apparently I heard the developer's representative or someone knocked onto a few doors in my neighborhood, and seems like they have gathered 3 consent letters. But 1 consent letter was taken by misrepresentation. I saw that same household withdrawing that consent letter, saying it was misrepresented to them, but nobody knocked on my door, and I don't know who that person who knocked on other people's doors.
In short, you didn't have the opportunity. Thank you.
No.
Any other questions, Mr. Stinson?
Thank you, Chair. Sir, if you are number 20, correct?
Correct.
18's the property in question, correct?
Yes, correct.
The other side of you is 22?
24, there is no 22.
I thought so, okay. I just want to make sure, because it shows up as 24.
Yes.
The backyard in 24, is that natural, or is that paved over?
No, it's backing onto my property. So the 24 is an L-shaped property. So mine is 200 feet depth, his one is 400 feet depth. It's L-shaped.
Here's my point. In the backyard at 24, is it grass, organic, or is it paved?
It's paved to some extent, but grass also.
It's paved quite extensively, in my view. Also, for your home, just to be clear, this is not the original home on this property. This is extensively renovated and enlarged?
No, this is a brand new custom home.
It is. Okay, I just want to understand that. Because 18, if I see it in its natural setting, is something that's pretty rough, pretty raw. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Anyone else, any questions? Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Maruf Mohammed. I'm from number 27 WILLOWLEA Drive. I've resided in the area since October 2006.
Just before you continue, can you give me your name again? Because
Yes, it's,
you're not on my...
I'll slow down. It's Maruf Mohammed, and it was one of the objections.
Maruf. How do you spell that? Is it?
M as in Mary, A-R-O-O, F as in Frank. Last name is Mohammed, M as in Mary, O-H-A-M-M-E-D as in David.
Okay, I got that one. But
Lovely.
okay.
Madam Chair, my objection was acknowledged, and just want to sort of confirm how many objections you have, if you don't mind.
Let's see. We have the Highland Creek, and then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 letters, and then we have 3 form letters in opposition, so 8.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much.
Okay.
I live across the street. I've seen all the houses that have been built in the area, built over time. I don't profess to be a planning consultant, but with what little knowledge I have, the way the lots across the street are laid out, similar to my neighbour across the street before me, most of the as-built construction is on the WILLOWLEA Street side. And so whilst it might appear based on the covered area that the lot conforms with, I guess, planning, it looks like there might be like a 50% reduction in size. Is that a minor variance issue?
Well, they're here before us for,
Okay.
so,
Okay.
Anybody can make an application for
Yes.
variances.
Yes. So I guess lot coverage and lot size itself should be in keeping with the street and the area, I guess is my point there. And I don't know if a rezoning would be a consideration. I believe there's a test 3 in the Planning Act as well. I read on the subject in brief. So in the end, I think we're on a street where we have approximately 50 to 55 foot wide lots fronting the street. We're going to be left with 2 fourplexes, so 8 units, and then potentially these owners will have the ability to build another 2 as ADUs at the back, possibly, I'm not sure. And so when you sort of look at how the as-built construction appears from the street as you drive along the street, is it in keeping with the area in the street itself is something that I was thinking about. And so as well, if you're familiar with the area, there's a Euclid Avenue, which now has a traffic light. That traffic light was not there when I moved into the area. And then in the last year or so, we now have speed bumps. We already have a problem where people cut in from Morrish Avenue onto WILLOWLEA, which turns into Scarborough, and go on to Euclid, these people typically speed down. And the amount of times I've had to sort of like walk into the middle of the street and stop them because we have children and pets, and I've had pets who have died on the street. It's crazy. Like, so just in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, so if we're going to have 10 units and we're going to build upwards, in the end, do we need to have some kind of a traffic flow study or a traffic flow count? So that's where I was going with that. Just to add to that, we have above ground hydro, we have storm water management issues, we believe, on the street. We have a wetlands on the corner, so the WILLOWLEA wetlands. I can tell you that living 2 doors or 3 doors over across the street, when this gentleman's home's sump pump is going, and this was throughout winter and throughout summer, it does not stop. I can hear it from across the street. On the other side, I have a neighbor where the culvert at the end of his driveway, the city actually had to come out twice to drain the culvert because of the as-built construction of a new house beside that. So stormwater management, regrading, all of that is a serious consideration in this area. The water's to the levels to a point beyond the high water table where it's now overflowing onto the asphalt of the street itself, of the road itself. What else can I add to that?
Well, you've got 10 seconds left.
Okay, good.
Okay.
I wanted to maximize my time. Okay, I think that's pretty much it. I want to apologize for my attire. I should have been more of an effort.
Yeah, no worries. Hang on. Are you some questions? Let's okay, let's go with Anne first this time.
Okay. It's more a comment on this, and I thank you for the information that you provided there, because really what you were doing is saying that, yes, there are water issues, there are stormwater issues in the area. That is repeated by what our Works and Transportation Department has said. They've asked for a deferral so that they can do further studies. They're not satisfied that this application is complete. The proposal for the housing, as I said, is I'd hate to kind of call it pie in the sky. This application, and I'm going to tell you, I'm going to address this for a minute. I've been on this committee for 6 years. This is the 3rd time I've seen this application. The first time approved it because it's just dividing the lot into 2 long lots, identical to what else is on WILLOWLEA on the north side. But it had a whole series of conditions because of the grading, because of the stormwater, because of the issues that the councilor has raised. So there are a number of issues. The application for a consent only lasts for 2 years. So he didn't meet all his conditions in 2 years. Came back. Another applicant, same property, 2 years, didn't meet all the conditions. Consent is gone. I believe this is a new owner. He's in front of us again. Same application, divide the lot in half. I don't have a problem with that. I've already approved it twice. But it's subject to a whole list of conditions dealing with the water table, the drainage, the environment, and he can't get his consent application to divide that lot in half until he's met all those conditions. And I'm going to tell you that there's a lot of trees in that area. I went out and took a look. So forestry has said, we're not going to give this until we've seen a proper tree thing. Engineering has said, we've got real problems here with your engineering report that has not been updated and doesn't provide us sufficient information. So engineering has said no. I could, I thought of this, I could approve this application, give them, but if they're not going to get their engineering done, then they'd be back in 2 years' time. So I'm,
I know, but we're not in committee, so do you have a question, or is that it?
that's it. I'm just
Okay.
gonna
Mr. Khan,
thank him
you have a
for-
question?
That gives me a lot of confidence. Thank you very much.
Hang on, hang on.
More?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sir, my question is, I'm just noting down
Yes, sir.
for the sake of my question to the agent. You had yes or no? Did you have the meeting with the developer or not?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank
Can I
you,
go?
sir. Yep, you're good now. Okay, who's speaking next? Come on up. Are you on the speakers list? What's your name?
Amar Javed.
Yep, you're here. Okay,
Yep,
and
I
your
believe
address?
I requested online. Address is 755 Morris Road.
Okay, so you have 5 minutes starting now, and yeah, try not to repeat things if possible.
I will try my best not
All
to
right,
repeat things.
great, thanks.
Yeah, so I will probably keep it short and simple because along with the two speakers before me, Mr. Atlas, who we haven't had the pleasure of speaking yet, but now we'll get in touch, really summarized the concerns that I'm coming with. I understand the committee said that this is not about, what is proposed to be built on these lots. So I want to keep my arguments around like why I'm oppositioning the severance itself personally, along with all the technicalities Ms. McCauley called out. Those do give me some relief and comfort, but I want to call out that, the Toronto Fisher Plan, which sort of acts as a constitution for city planning, policy 4.1.5, respect and reinforce, also calls out that new development, along with whatever is going to precede those building permits, must respect and reinforce the existing physical character. Like what Mr. Mohammed called out earlier as well, right? And also their neighbors, sorry. The lot sizes on WILLOWLEA, but I'm on Morris Road. My back actually touches a lot of those properties as well. Our lot sizes are long along with wide. If this proposed severance was to go through, whatever is built on it, irrespective of, duplexes, fourplexes, even a single town home, they're going to be out of characteristic for the entire neighborhood, not even just on WILLOWLEA Drive, but also on Morris and, the greater Highland Creek area. The thing that I'm talking about is, the prevailing lot sizes and configuration will be different, but also the setbacks and fits. The side corridors that we'll have beside the houses, if we look at just what's proposed, it's already out of characteristic. The two houses are back to back, and then you're getting some side on either left and right side. Let's assume that's not even what's in question to be proposed, if the severance goes through. A single dwelling home that might be proposed is also going to be out of characteristics because on the smaller lot size, you're going to have essentially no space on the side, and if you put in a fence between the two neighbors in the future, you're going to have nothing. You're going to be driving by the street, you're going to say, oh, hey, there's like two little things sandwiched, right beside each other, and then you have these larger lot houses, house sizes for the rest of the street, and that already just speaks to, okay, this is not keeping in characteristic with what is happening here. This is in the event that this severance goes through. I'm not going to retouch on the traffic issues as Mr. Mohammed talked about, but I have recently moved into the community 2 years ago exactly. I've, however, visited this community for the past 20 years. A lot of my good friends and families live here. Morris and WILLOWLEA, along with WILLOWLEA's bend that turns into Scarborough Avenue, they are already, with the existing number of individuals there, a little dangerous at certain times. You introduce, two more, in the best of cases, two individual dwellings with X number of cars, or in the worst of cases, as what is proposed here, and you introduce potentially, 5+ more families with Y number of cars there, we're, exponentially increasing the traffic on that very, very, very small street, the intersection, as well as the bend, without any proper traffic control. That is not only going to need potential further planning, but also going to raise concerns in the meanwhile that, hey, Euclid, for the safety reasons, was recently introduced with, I would say, no less than 10 speed bumps. It's going to directly impede the flow of traffic in the future. There's 3 major schools there, public schools. that, you know, get a lot of traffic during the morning hours as well as the evening hours, afternoon hours for pickup, the flow of traffic is definitely going to be impeded there. At the risk of repeating myself, I'm going to end my concerns here and welcome any questions. Yes.
Mr. Khan has a question.
Sir,
Probably the same one.
exactly. Just for the count purposes, had the opportunity of meeting the developer?
No, I only got the letter about this hearing.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else, any questions? Okay, thank you very much. The next speaker. Hi,
there.
what's your name?
Morteza Mokhtari,
Hang on.
Morteza.
Okay, and then
Last name Mokhtari.
Okay, and your address?
My family owns 25 and 36 WILLOWLEA.
Okay, go ahead, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I just wanted to speak to a few points, but also echo the concerns about the mature trees, the traffic, and the stormwater issues. So dealing with 36 WILLOWLEA, which is on the same side of the street as the proposal, anytime we get heavy rain, there's a lot of flooding because of stormwater issues. And it's me personally that is requesting the city to help because there's blockages in the drainage, in the sewers. I've personally contacted and been on hold with the city over a dozen times just in the past, like when we're getting these rains. Sometimes we're able to get through, sometimes they come out to help, sometimes they don't. So there's a lot of issues, again, on that side of the street because of the drainage or lack of drainage. And this proposed development obviously would only make things worse in that regard. I can echo the traffic, like with 10 additional vehicles and 2 properties, the traffic only gets worse. They've added speed bumps on Euclid, which again, I'm assuming the city did that. So again, people are cutting through WILLOWLEA going 80 kilometers an hour. As we mentioned, I have pets, and it is terrifying to think that, you know, again, this development would only make things worse, putting kids in the area and pets at risk because people are driving in, you know, completely unsafe manners. I also just wanted to, again, voice my opposition and speak to, I believe Mr. Asif has asked how we spoke to the representatives. So there apparently was a representative that visited my house and spoke with my mom. She wouldn't give a name or a business card. She allegedly just asked for a letter of support and said, with this development, we're going to be planting hundreds of trees. So don't worry about we're cutting all the mature trees down. And I think this is just a little bit of a shady operation when you don't offer a business card or your name and you're speaking on behalf of the developer. I think this speaks to the business practices that this company is, you know, going with, and it just doesn't seem like a reputable builder. So speaking to Mr. Office's point, this is the interaction we've had with the builder, or my family's had with the builder, and it doesn't breed any confidence for us as, you know, people that have been in this neighborhood for over 25 years. That's one thing that I wanted to mention because he asked many times. So that's the only interaction we've had, and it's obviously not been positive. If you're not proud enough to leave your business card, you're clearly not operating in good faith. And that's a big concern we had that's unique from the other members of, you know, our street, our community. And I wanted to mention that, and that's all I really have for today.
Okay, thank you. Anybody, any questions? All right, thanks a lot. And is there one more speaker, or is that everybody? Yeah? And what's your name, sir?
Good morning, Madam Chair. My name is George Platus. I'm here representing 24
Hold on,
Willowlea Drive.
because you're not on the list either.
No, I'm
so,
not. I do
yeah,
apologize.
So George,
P-L-A-T-I-T-I-S.
Okay. Okay, got it.
owner of 24 WILLOWLEA and 28 WILLOWLEA.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
So I'm just going to echo what everyone else has kind of said earlier this morning. The concern, I think, is pretty clear from everything that they have expressed. I myself don't have a problem if the lot was to be severed in two. I did purchase a lot that was severed in two at one point in my time, and that is basically the lot next to me. It used to have a one acre lot, then it turned into two. That's the kind of what has been going on in this area. The issue I have is that with what is being proposed to be approved as a severance will only lead and set the example for the house, the property that's vacant next to it, which is another 1 acre property, that once that we give the clearance for 18 WILLOWLEA Drive, they may set a precedent and adjust and change how the building actually will perform and configure to the area at a later date for the other property that's adjacent to it. It will definitely change the area. I can tell you that I've got 3 kids who watch the deer naturally graze in our backyard. I know that it was mentioned earlier by David Stetson that there's a property with a paved driveway and a garage adjacent to my neighbor. That is my driveway. That is my 2-door garage. That is in behind the property lot. I can tell you that I went through great deals of approvals from Conservation Authority to get that built in 2006, from drainage to water to structure. We had to jump through every hoop possible. But we did get a building permit and we built. So my concern here is this property has been just passed down through application because there is somebody that's trying to do something different in the area with the application they're actually submitting. If you were to submit the application and ask for proper permits to be approved by the City of Toronto, this 1 acre property would have already been built. And I'm just going to end it at that. I know that you guys have seen this come over your desk in front of you in the past. We have also seen this. I have had no dialogue with the builder, and my property is adjacent to the proposed parking lot that will be there adjacent to 10 cars. I might have a big driveway, but we're a single-family dwelling, and I've got a 2-door garage, and it's for our family. That's what it's zoned for. And I'll leave it at that if there's any questions.
Okay, anybody have any questions? All right, we have no questions. So if that's everybody, one more? All right, sir. What's your name?
My name is Mahbub Murshid. I am from 759 Maurice Road.
Yep, you're here. You're on my list, so you're.
And my property line touches my backyard actually touches the proposed property, 18 WILLOWLEA.
Okay.
I don't want to repeat because all of my concern already, my neighbors already highlighted, like the characteristics, changing on the characteristics of the area, traffic problem, hydro, water sewage problem, and we already have like very overcrowded car population there. Like any time of the day, we have like both of the streets are already parked because of all the people already living there, and it will add more chaos to this situation. And I'm just trying not to repeat it. Okay, my property line backyard is touching this property line, and my backyard, my entire property, like 3/4 of my property is green. And then adding a parking lot or any other property with different characteristics will completely destroy my comfort, privacy, and the characteristics of my reason being there. And I remember I moved in around like 2 years ago in this property, and the reason I choose this area, looking into the characteristics and the zoning restriction they have in place. So changing anything to that will definitely cause problem for me.
Okay. Anybody have a question for the speaker? Okay, sir.
And just to add
Yep.
to Mr. Asif, I'm located immediately to that property line, and nobody contacted me.
Oh, Mr. Stinson, hang on. Mr.
Sorry.
Stinson has a question.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chair. So just to be clear, your rear property line touches the one in question. In the back of your property, is it got quite a bit of large trees back there?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure I'm looking at the right property. Thank you.
Okay. So everybody that wants to speak has spoken now? Okay. So let's go back to the agent. Mr.
Hello,
Reyes?
Madam Chair.
Hi, go ahead. If you can just address the issues raised, we'll reset the clock to 5 minutes.
I'll do my best. Most comments were not related to a conveyance, but I will note that the Highland Creek Residents Association noted support for the lot severance in their letter. The application will, of course, continue to comply with all secondary plan requirements that affect any subsequent approvals. The neighbor comments related to the character and quality of the neighborhood are certainly well received. And I believe this application, which will create properties larger than most in the area, will be subject to the same zoning bylaws as all the neighboring properties, and will create as-of-right housing that aligns with council direction and official plan goals of gentle infill development. So they can rest assured that the protections that apply to their properties will continue to apply to this site as well. The buildings on the site will be subject to review and approval by staff and must comply with all applicable bylaws and staff conditions. There is still much work ahead of us. This conveyance will allow that work to proceed and provide the certainty the owners need to continue investing in the additional studies and design work necessary for those building approvals. I want to reiterate, this exact conveyance was previously approved. The previous owner unfortunately allowed that conveyance to lapse prior to my client purchasing it. Today's application will simply reinstate that approval, but it will actually now be more resilient to the concerns we've been discussing today. The previous applications did not have the extensive conditions being recommended, and today's approval will provide more certainty to the raised concerns than anyone has had in the past. We're taking a new approach that the previous owners did not consider. My clients deserve a chance to realize the responsible developments of this site, and to address staff's concerns in advance of a severance approval would require substantial risk with minimal certainty of outcome. Unfortunately, that would make the project untenable. Having certainty that the severance will be reinstated will allow additional investment to proceed. Today, all we need to do is allow the conveyance to be revised so the new owner can undertake the design and engineering work needed to properly accommodate stormwater and forestry requirements. We still have a lot of work ahead of us, and today's approval will allow my team to begin modifying the development as needed to ensure it is resilient to the natural protections and staff approvals that we all agree are necessary. Thank you. I'm pleased to take any questions.
I actually have a question. The engineering is asking for deferral. Forestry is asking for refusal. So I'm curious, would that not have given you more assurance to deal with those questions first before coming here, or perhaps asking for a deferral today?
So we've had extensive discussions with staff from both of those departments. With respect to engineering, the next step needed to address stormwater and floodplain concerns is to spend about $20,000 on additional engineering. To do that prior to a conveyance being a certainty is simply not possible. Similarly with forestry, their comments are certainly well received. We're very interested in continuing to work with them on an optimal tree protection plan and replanting plan. So there's a lot more work to do on that, and we will continue to improve it.
So forgive me for harping on this, but if you ask for a deferral, whether you have a deferral or not, you would still need to pay that $20,000. I get that you're saying you want the severance first, but I don't see like what difference it makes cost-wise. You're going to have to engage in all those things anyway.
The difference is that getting financing for two properties is very different than for one property. The current property in the state cannot support the density needed for financing applications. as two properties, which I think is fairly clear would be completely appropriate for the neighborhood, will allow that financing to proceed in order to fund the additional engineering.
Ms. Macaulay and then Mr. Khan.
Okay. Hello, sir. You've heard me speak. You've heard that I have approved consent applications on this property twice, almost identical to what you've got. They were approved subject to a number of conditions. Obviously, none of those conditions got fulfilled, and I understand you're the new owner. So, welcome to the neighborhood, as they say. But as the new owner, you've got comments here from engineering and from forestry saying that they have big problems. The issue that I have is if we gave you a consent application today, you have 2 years in which to meet all those conditions. The two previous consents didn't do it in 2 years, and the one 4 years ago didn't do it in 2 years either. I am inclined at the moment to suggest that we defer this application. You go out and do those studies and come back with some assurance that those studies will allow you to sever the property and register it. If we approve it today, that date of registration starts today for the next 2 years. Don't make all those requirements. Engineering asked for some further reports. I see almost all your reports were done in 2024. Maybe it is the cost of those reports that are stopping you from providing updated reports. But I'm inclined to say, I don't want to see this application 2 years from now, again, bring the community in 2 years now from again, because you didn't quite make the deadline. I would recommend that you ask for a deferral so that you can make the comments with the forestry and with engineering and come back to us. Are you willing to defer this application?
We have been spending over a year on various engineering reports and studies already, and we've laid sufficient groundwork with staff that are relevant to this application to feel confident that 2 years is sufficient time to take this across the finish line. That includes a 1 year long heritage impact assessment that we've already done. I certainly appreciate your comments on this. 2 years is sufficient time to complete these studies and to complete work with staff and to finalize the conveyance. Now is the time to approve this.
So, Mr. Race, just to her question, to Ms. Macaulay's question, the answer
We are not seeking a deferral. No.
Is no.
We are not seeking a deferral. I appreciate your point, though, ma'am, and thank you for raising it. I do think we have a unique approach that is different from the previous owners, and we're confident that we can complete this.
Okay, Mr. Khan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I think listening to Madam Chair's remark and my colleague Anne, they have covered most of the area of my concern and suggestion to you for deferral of this particular third time appearance. Now, I was doing a little bit of a count of the people who represented their concern today. Most of them said they had no person coming to their and share their problems. So in that case, now you have heard that it's an opportunity for you, if it is deferred, that you can go back to engineering review committee as well as the forestry for their serious concern. And also the concern raised here by the people who have not the opportunity of meeting you. So it is better for you, and there is an opportunity from this committee that it should be deferred and you address those concerns and come back, and hopefully at that time we don't have so many people representing their concern. it will be also looked after by you or by your owners. So my proposal is the same. Would you agree for deferral or not?
Sir, I'm not sure how a community consultation should affect a conveyance application. We're only looking at a lot severance here, and all the subsequent design work will comply with the necessary outreach provisions if there are any.
Sir, the consultation will give the opportunity that why they are concerned and how you can look and rectify those concerns. So the meeting is a better way of solving the problem rather than having a problem and coming before us.
Sir, this is a conveyance application. The Residents Association noted in their letter they're supportive of the conveyance. There are no impacts on the buildings resulting from this application. We will be pleased to continue speaking to the neighbors throughout our design process, but that does not affect today's approval. And unfortunately, a deferral is simply untenable. It is not possible to finance a development as a single lot on this site. The conveyance will allow the costly engineering to proceed. And it's unfortunate the previous owners weren't able to satisfy the committee's deadlines, but that's no reason to punish the current owner. They should be given a chance to complete the work just like the previous owners.
If you built on a single lot, I know you're not, but would you still need that same $20,000 report?
Yes.
And you're saying you could get that on the single, you can't get the financing to do that if the lot's single. Is that your argument?
It's a question of density. On the current law, the as-of-right density is insufficient to justify proceeding with the application. As we've stated, by creating two lots here, we're creating two of the largest lots in the area. They're very much in character with the neighborhood. As a result of that, two lots have additional density approvals that even when following the as-of-right bylaws and all secondary plan provisions, will create the housing density needed to proceed with the application.
Okay.
I will note too that density is identical to all the lots in the area, including the much smaller lots nearby.
All right, any other
This is a perfect place for infill housing. So sorry to continue going on.
Yeah, no, it's, anyway, anybody have any other questions? Yeah, okay, let's go in committee then.
Okay.
Are we in committee?
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Stinson.
Is it okay, Ms. McCauley, if I make a few comments?
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. Character and nature. On this, I do agree with the agent. I think there's numerous oversized lots in this neighborhood. You're very fortunate to have those lots, and I congratulate you. I think the diversity on those lots is multiple types of dwellings on different properties and all different shapes and sizes, which is fantastic. So on this, I agree with the agent. I don't think if the plans hold up down the road, it's going to be that obtuse to believe that it wouldn't fit in, which is already a very unique and diverse community. Where I do diverge from the agent, and I agree with some of my panel members that are, I think, heading in the direction, is that city departments we rely on for their expertise. It's not often we will disagree with them, as this committee is at arm's length. I personally am not comfortable voting in favor of this if urban forestry is telling us that we should refuse it, or recommending, pardon me, and of course the engineering is asking us to defer it. So that's where I sit right now, unless I'm swayed by some other persuasive people on this committee. I can't agree to go forward with this application at this time. I hope that it would get deferred.
Go ahead, Ms. McCauley.
Okay, you've heard me speak on this matter. For the community, you've heard enough about the trees, preservation. You've seen them. You've told us that the engineering, yes, they have concerns. You've identified those concerns. The applicant has not addressed those concerns with the engineering department. The latest reports were January 2024. We're April 2026. He had time to bring forward the reports. If the applicant finds that the cost of doing the reports are too high to proceed with this application, then maybe he should not proceed with the application at all. We're not here to deal with his financial issues. We're here to deal with what is the end result, and is it advisable to divide this lot into half so that they can build 2 houses on it. Even if they built 1 house on it, they'd still have to meet the requirements of engineering for drainage, for storm drainage, for septic systems, and they would have to meet the requirements of urban forestry for cutting down the trees. So they're not getting anything. The deferral would give them an opportunity to meet these 2 agencies, get further reports from them, confirmed, and then the start of their 2-year approval process. So I recommend deferral of this application.
Okay, Mr. Howe.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to comment as well. I'm in agreement with my colleagues on this issue. I wanted to first start off by saying that permissions for constructing multiplexes itself is not on their own a basis for severance. Consent to sever is assessed as a separate statutory decision under Section 51, Sub 24 of the Planning Act. Under that provision, the Act requires this committee to consider factors such as, I quote, conservation of natural resources and flood control, adequacy of utilities and municipal services, the issue of whether the proposed severance is premature, and things such as suitability of the land for the purpose of which it is subdivided, unquote. For the current matter at hand, we have received report from the engineering review, and the materials submitted in support of this application, in their view, is insufficient for engineering review to make an informed decision on whether the requirements under the Planning Act has been met. Furthermore, Urban Forestry has also submitted a report which they recommended refusal of this report given the substantial impacts on the existing mature trees, which we understand around some 20 mature trees will need to be removed to accommodate this proposal. In light of the foregoing, my view is that this application is premature, as there are too many unknown at this time, and I'm not able to confirm whether the requirements under the Planning Act can be met. And therefore, I'm of the view that this proposal should be deferred until the above issues have been addressed to the satisfaction of the city staff, including submission of the additional required materials and obtain the necessary urban forestry permits prior to coming back to this committee for a decision. I understand a similar proposal was previously approved a couple of times, but they have all lapsed. I do wish to note this, that previous approvals do not bind this committee, otherwise this matter wouldn't have come back this time. Further, this reinforces the notion that it's been 4 or 5 years since the initial approval, that the severance is premature. Given the applicant has advised they're not agreeable to a deferral, and per the recommendations of City Engineering Review and Urban Forestry staff, if that's deferral is not an option, I'm not prepared to support approval of this application.
Okay, Mr. Howe, my understanding, and I can confirm one more time with the applicant, is that he does not want deferral. That's correct, Mr. Reyes?
That is correct. We would rather receive a refusal and seek an appeal where there will not be certainty on the conditions.
Okay, well,
I would recommend approving with conditions. That way the staff requirements are conditional on the severance. Otherwise, we would like the refusal, please.
okay, thanks for confirming that you're not in favor of a deferral. Okay, so I'll just reiterate, although I'm sympathetic to, you know, the challenges that the applicant has as outlined by Mr. Reyes. To Ms. McCauley's point, this committee does not deal with the financial matters of you know, an investor and how they deal with their properties. So that's not at all factored into any of our decisions. You know, the severance, it's been approved before. Having said that, And I will also add two things, that there, there's a bit of a mixed size lots there, so it's not kind of an anomaly that we're creating something that's not there. And also for the residents out there, I know built form's not, there's no variances before us, but I hope, or I don't know if you're aware, that these fourplexes are allowed as of right in any neighborhood now in the city. As a matter of fact, there are a couple of areas in the city that allow sixplexes as of right. So keep that in mind. That is, that is something that's come down from the province to the city. So it is changing neighborhoods, and I understand all the emotions behind it. Having said that, in terms of this application before us, given the fact that engineering has asked for a deferral because they feel a lot of conditions, are needing to be satisfied, forestry is asking for refusal because trees are going to be impacted. Because of those comments coming back, I too would agree with Mr. Howe. I would be, I'd have to lean toward refusal in this case on this application. So if there's no other comments, then I'm going to need a motion from somebody.
Okay, Madam Chair. I think deferral would have been better for the applicant. But if he's not willing to defer, then I will move a motion to refuse this application on the basis that it is premature, for the reasons that Mr. Howe reiterated so well. It's a consent application with two major agencies stating that they cannot give approval at this time.
Do I have a seconder?
Thank you, Chair. I'll second the motion.
Okay, so there's a motion to refuse the application, and I would suggest that it's for protection of the trees. That is something council is really looking at, the protection of green space, and so I don't, and we are to look at that. So I think that would be the reason, and it doesn't meet the 4 tests because of, I think Mr. Howe actually outlined it better than I am, but yeah, well, it's a consent, but there's also the variances for the new lots. So anyway, that's moved by Ms. McCauley, seconded by Mr. Stinson. All in favor? That carries unanimously. We are now on item number 3, which is, so anyway, thanks everyone for coming out. Ask staff. The next item is item number 3, 11 Maryland Avenue. We have before us a draft plan of survey, public hearing notice, location map, plan of survey, and plans. We have a cover letter from Mr. Galbraith. We have an arborist report from MHBC Planning. We have supporting materials from the agent as well as presentation materials. We have reports with condition from forestry. They're asking for conditions 1, 2, and 3 plus advisory comments. Engineering, heritage, and Metrolinx. We have opposition from the local councillor. We have opposition, a lot of opposition. We have correspondence from 1615, 28 Maryland Road and 48 Reedmount, 26 form letters in opposition from residents on Maryland, Reedmount, and Cardwell, as well as a 53 signature petition, residents on Maryland and on Reedmount, as well as Cardwell. I have a number of speakers. Is there anybody in the audience for 11 Maryland? You're in opposition? Okay, can you folks grab seats behind the, like in the front row there? And do we have the agent, do you have any opposition online also?
Through the chair, we have 2 agents online and 2 members of the public online. I'd just like to make a quick announcement. Jim Tam, we see that you're registered to speak. On our end, it looks like you don't have a device connected. If you could reconnect with your phone or plug in a microphone so you have something to speak through. Thanks.
Eric, do we know who is speaking on this one, which agent?
through the chair, I've unmuted Jeff Lung, who's the first applicant on our list, to speak.
Okay, Mr. Long, are you presenting this application, or is Mr. Motadayan?
Mr. Motadayan will be presenting. Thank you.
All right, I'll go to him then, sir.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of committee.
Hi, I need you to speak up. I can't hear you at all.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, if you can clearly articulate your name, address, and then if you could do a brief presentation. I've got people online as well as in the audience in opposition.
Sure. Good morning, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Reza Motadayan. My address is 909 Hasselfeld Heights, Milton, Ontario, and I'm speaking on behalf of the applicant.
Go ahead.
Are you able to bring up the presentation, please?
Yeah, they can bring it up.
Thank you. If you can please go to, yes, this page. That's good. So I'm here regarding the consent and minor variance applications for 11 Merlin Avenue. The proposal is to sever the existing lot into 2 residential lots. In this slide, you see the context. This is a subject site. You see with the red marked up. And it's 11 Merlin Avenue. It's an unusually wide lot within this neighborhood. It's designated neighborhoods in the official plan, and the surrounding context is also low-rise residential, and we believe that the proposal remains consistent with this character, and the site is also around 200-meter radius from the Agincourt GO station. If you can please go to the next page. So the proposal is to create 2 lots from the existing parcel. Each lot will accommodate a 4-plex and a garden suite in the back. And importantly, the buildings themselves do not require any variances or complies with the bylaw, with the current bylaw. And we also provided a shared driveway, car access from the center, and parkings are designed to be in the back. Please go to the next page. So we can see the requested variances for the lot severance. The only variances relate to lot frontage and lot area. It's almost similar to the previous application that I was listening in. Under the site-specific zoning exception, the required values reflect the existing lot conditions. The proposed lots will each have a frontage of around 12.285 meters and a lot area of 865.1 square meter. Please go to the next page. So the proposal maintains the intent of the official plan, as mentioned before, and the zoning bylaw, and represents an appropriate intensification, we believe. The site is also well served by transit, as mentioned, the GO station nearby. The build form is fully zoning compliant, and the design was also revised with respect to the comments we received from urban forestry and engineering in order to address those comments. And there are no outstanding concerns from reviewing agencies, only conditions of approval. Next page, please. So there is a comparable example at 10 Merlin Avenue, right across the street. As you can see in blue, where a similar severance was approved before. And this demonstrates that this type of severance fits within this neighborhood, and it's just limited to the wider lots. As you can see, there are very limited number of these wider lots in this area, but overall, these lot patterns are very diverse, and it's not a single wider lot pattern or smaller lot pattern. The lots start from 12.9 meters wide up to 25, 26 meters wide. And there are a number of 2 stories and can you please go to the next page? Yeah, so this is the picture from the 10 MARILYN Avenue, which is across the street. The severance has been implemented and fits within the neighborhood in terms of scale and massing. As you can see, this one is also a 2-story, and the lots widths are 12.9 meters, which is very similar to what we are also proposing, and it's very limited in number of lots that can do this kind of severance. Next page, please. We believe that overall the proposal is consistent with the neighborhood pattern and does not create built form impacts, and also satisfies the planning test. We respectfully request your approval, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Stinson?
Thank you, Chair. Sir, are you still there? Hello?
Yes.
Reza? Yeah, Mr. Stinson has a question.
Yes, please.
Thank you, sir. Heritage has 3 conditions. Will you abide by them?
Yes, the conditions
Okay.
to the archaeological studies.
Urban forestry has conditions. Will you abide by them?
Yes.
And engineering has 3 conditions. Will you abide by them?
Correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to go to the speakers, and then we'll come back to you.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, yes, go ahead, sir. I need your name and address, please.
My name is Raymond Shear. I live at 15 Maryland Avenue, immediately adjacent to the east of the subject property.
Go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, committee members, my wife and I live at 15 Maryland Avenue, immediately adjacent to the east of the subject property. I have come to this committee on January 19, 2023, and spoke for the application file number A0254/SC22 on the very same subject properties when the owner was seeking variances for a larger single-family home. My wife and I welcome any new development that rejuvenate the neighborhood, but such development must respect the historical Latin fabric and is in keeping with the predominant character of the neighborhood. What the applicant is proposing is just the opposite. The relief they are seeking from the zoning bylaw is not minor within forecast by the Planning Act. It would set an irreversible precedent for the neighborhood and would not constitute good planning. The practical result will be to replace one modest residential home with 10 residential units on 2 newly created parcels with 2 fourplexes, 2 garden suites, and a total of 10 parking spaces. The applicant can only achieve this severance by drastically reducing the required minimum lot frontage and the minimum lot area by 50%. We note that the plan reflects a mutual driveway easement, but the application before you does not request consent for such mutual driveway easement. In any event, the fact that the neighborhood with 75 feet lot frontage and separate driveways would allow for undersized lot without their own driveways only underscores how inappropriate the build form is here. The 4 tests are not met here. First, the requested reduction in street frontage and the lot area in each instance by 50% cannot be seen as minor. The zoning bylaw specifically recognized the historical lot frontage and the lot area across the immediate neighborhood as the actual minimum requirement. It is clearly the intent of the zoning bylaw to preserve such lot area and frontages. The requested variances significantly reduce this development standard, and the result build form cannot, with respect, be seen as minor. The impact of such variances would not be minor, as the increased number of residential units will lead to further traffic movement, more on-site parking, overlook, and lack of privacy, exacerbated by the reduced lot size and frontages. Second, the double of the permitted housing unit on smaller lot sizes is not desirable for the appropriate development and the use of the land because it is not in keeping with the predominant character of the neighborhood. Third, the variances are not in keeping with the general intent of the zoning bylaw. The zoning bylaw is very clear in recognizing the existing lot frontage and the lot area to reflect the historical Latin fabric in the neighborhood. The applicant pointed out one example of severance. The original application of the severance on 10 Maryland was denied by Scarborough Committee of Adjustment on July 11, 2011, and only was appealed and let go by Ontario Municipal Board on January 10, 2012. Both dates were before the zoning bylaw exception RD 931 was passed on May 9, 2013. The predominant size of the lot in our neighborhood by a high percentage is quite larger than being proposed. Such single example is an outliner, a red herring, and outdated by exception 931. Such 50% reduction, not in keeping with the predominant character of the neighborhood, is not in keeping with the general intent of the zoning bylaw. Fourth, it is clear from the official plan that the new development must respect and reinforce the existing physical character, including the prevailing size and frontage of the lot in the neighborhood. This is plainly not the case here, and the variances cannot be seen as in keeping with the intent of the official plan. I note that there is no letters from the planning department supporting these applications. I note that the local council has submitted a detailed letter of objection. I note that there are 35 of my neighbors sent individual letter of objections. I also note that there are 53 of my neighbors signed the petition against these applications. I respectfully request that the committee to refuse the variances application as not being minor and deny the severances for not representing good planning. To approve them would set an irreversible precedent and destabilize the neighborhood, leaving myself and over 80 of my neighbors who are also objecting to these applications with no right of appeal. Thank you for your time, thank you for your consideration, and thank you for your services.
You're perfect 5 minutes.
Oh,
Very well done, sir.
Sorry.
Yeah. Anybody, Mr. Stinson has a question for you.
Well done, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Just to help with the numbers there, just let me bring this back up. Of course, it moved on me. There's quite a bit of opposition to this. So there's actually several form letters. I just lost the page here, so I wanted to confirm with you. You know what? I'll have to find it, but there's actually significantly more than what you identified as an opposition to it.
Oh,
And I
sorry.
wanted you to know. No, you don't have to be sorry, but you're right, making the point there's quite a bit of opposition. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Anybody have any questions of the speaker? Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Madam.
Okay, the next speaker.
Oh, sorry. Hi, I'm Susan McNeil. I live at 84 Reedmount Avenue. Pardon my voice. I'm actually reading a letter drafted by my sister, who is also my next door neighbor at 86 Reedmount Avenue.
Okay.
But she was unable to attend today, so I'm speaking on her behalf.
Go ahead.
Dear Madam Chair, committee members, I live on Reedmount Avenue. My house backs onto the houses of MARILYN. I oppose the applications. The streets of Reedmount and MARILYN are a unit. They are hemmed in by the intersections of Kennedy and Sheppard, the GOAT tracks, and a tributary of Highland Creek. There are small bungalows with generous frontages and long backyards. In recent years, a lot of change has embraced us. New townhouses, an expanded GO station, a doubling of tracks, and an elevator to access schools. There is a group home, and some of the houses have been refurbished or replaced. A few years ago, a lot on MARILYN was severed. The severance was contentious. The historical decision on January 2012 permitted the demolition of a single home to build 2 new single-family dwellings at 10 MARILYN Avenue. The committee stated the new single dwellings can be constructed to blend in with the existing neighborhood, but they do not. I quote further from the committee's remarks, the majority of the lots would simply not be candidates for future consents. Large lots will continue to be the norm for MARILYN Avenue. This current bundle of 3 applications today asks for severance and permission to build 10 units and 10 parking spaces on a lot that only has 1 now. Here are the reasons why I oppose the drastic change. There is insufficient infrastructure. There are no sidewalks. Kids coming and going from Agincourt Collegiate or Agincourt Public School come from a laneway at the intersection of MARILYN and Reedmount and walk home on the road. These are narrow streets. Cars park to pick up and deliver to the GO train. Some remain parked all day long. Ticketing has not discouraged this practice. Kids, all walkers, navigate between the cars. Additionally, if the applications are approved, where will any visitors to the 10 units on 11 MARILYN Park? What does a babysitter or a grandma do? More drivers use these streets as shortcuts to avoid the intersection of Kennedy and Sheppard. The city has put up signs to ban left turns onto our streets at peak hours. No motorists heed them. To add to the problem, Reedmount has a blind curve. Anyone walking on the road cannot see a car coming from either direction. How many more cars will be added to the middle of the mix with 10 units? The infrastructure is insufficient for snow removal. Where will the accumulations that fall on this proposed 10-unit lot go? Then there is the drainage. Some of the houses on MARILYN have large ponds in the spring due to past changes that disrupted natural water flow. We personally sump pump the entire neighborhood into our basement sink all spring. Are there not bylaws which demand reserving sufficient land for the absorption of rainwater? Has there been a study on how water flow will be further impacted? Besides inadequate infrastructure, the environmental stress is underestimated. There are fewer houses now to provide the conditions that allow wildlife to survive. We have a creek and treed fence lines. Some species continue, in essence, indigenous species that have lived here long before we did. Every time a change is allowed in our neighborhood, some species lose their home. Development should not carve up our green space. The neighborhood character of MARILYN Avenue will be exponentially harmed by this development. There is a tipping point, and we have reached it. These are blockbusting applications. Madam Chair and members of the Committee of Adjustment, please shut this down. Please deny any further fishing applications which undermine the safety and character of our neighborhood. Please stop the practice that takes place when developers see loopholes, buy up land, and then let properties deteriorate until their applications seem unreasonable. In 2012, the committee added their collective voice to support a refusal today. I quote, "It is important that in a stable neighborhood such as this, that reductions in frontage not be routine. Any further reduction would result in a loss of identity and character for the street. The board's decision on the application should not be taken as a precedent for future intensification. Committee members, please do your due diligence. I am a teacher and I must be in school for the kids today. Please be there for me and my neighbors. All best, Ingrid Lee."
Thank you. Anybody have a question of the speaker? No? Yes, David does. Mr. Stinson.
Thank you, Chair. I don't want to get in trouble with teacher, but I have to say a few things. And your presentation was eloquent. This isn't 2012, and you are correct. These are blockbusting applications. And there are certain guidelines and parameters we operate in, and the city mothers and fathers have right now endorsed and approved multiplexes and all kinds of unimaginable dwellings 10 years ago for these lots. So while we are here as one mechanism to deal with them, just understand we have to work within the rules that we're governed by and our governance. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, sir, go ahead.
My name is Greg Frateroli, and I live with my mother at 26 MARILYN, which is a few doors down and across the street. First, I want to point out that there was no notice of application given to us or provided to us. We found out from another neighbor, and I only live a few doors down, so I question the legitimacy of that. The proposed application takes a rack 'em and stack 'em approach that minimizes living quarters to maximize population density and profits, with no consideration of the negative impact to existing homes. In my humble opinion, greed has taken precedence over rationality. If this were an application for a duo, tri, quad, or quinplex on a single lot, I would still be vehemently opposed. And so I find the proposed severance into 2 smaller lots and a parking lane that creates a whopping 10-plex to be simply preposterous and appalling on Maryland Avenue. This application, if approved, would establish a terrible precedent for other developers to circumvent the neighborhood's historical planning and zoning guidelines designed to respect and protect reasonable population density, parking, and traffic levels, privacy, and neighbors' rights to reasonable enjoyment of their properties. I've been living at 26 Maryland Avenue for 56 years, so I know the area well. The application disrespects the historical physical character of the neighborhood, which consists of multi-million-dollar single-family detached homes on large lots. There have been recent new construction builds on the street that completely surround the proposed property. Some of these developments, this gentleman here owns one of them. It's the largest house on the street, number 15. There is no number 13, so he's right next door to number 11. His house is, he can correct me if I'm wrong, at least 3,000 square feet. On the other side, one door further down, a gentleman has built a large, beautiful home with a water fountain, and he actually has a below-grade music hall that seats 100 people. It's a beautiful property. Across the street, which ironically the agent quotes as a precedent, and I'm going to talk about that in a second, yes, they did sever the property. But it's also, they're both large family, single detached homes in keeping with the neighborhood. So I find it illogical that they're trying to use that as a precedent. These are single family detached homes that were built, not rental units. Certainly not 10-plexes. So basically, there's 4 large homes surrounding this property, 2 across the street, 1 on either side. I believe the proposed application will jeopardize the fair market value of these and other surrounding neighborhood homes, including mine. I ask you, how would you like to live next door on either side of 11 Maryland, relaxing in your front or backyard, only to see a bunch of parked cars right beside you? Or how about the overlook and lack of privacy? Has there been any consideration to traffic flow or noise levels? And what if there are visitors? How many more parking spots will that require? We did have, ironically, a storm water management, a pipe burst. It's basically in front of 11 Maryland, right in the center of the street. It was an absolute nightmare to fix. They had to dig down about 15, 20 feet. And it took quite a long time. They finally got it correct. So there is a stormwater management issue here as well. I urge the committee to reject this application outright. We have several letters. The city councilor rejects it. We have a petition. Numerous neighbors object. I was under the impression that it was, I didn't know how many exactly, but a lot. And you will have a better appreciation of the numbers. But I guess my overall point is that we cannot take established neighborhoods, I've been there for 56 years, and put multiplexes in their place. It destroys the neighborhoods. Nobody is going to want to buy a property there. It certainly will affect the fair market value of our properties. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Stinson has a question for you.
Thank you, Chair. To answer your question, I wouldn't like it, but I can't use that as part of my basis or calculus for judging and making a decision here. But yeah, for the record, I wouldn't like it.
Well, thank you, because I hope that is a governing logic of how this is impacting other neighbors. How would you like to own a house and have that happen to you? I don't even live next door, and I'm very upset. Thank you.
Any other questions? You want to speak, ma'am? Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
What's your name and address?
Good morning. My name is Joanna Joseph Hannes. I live at Unit 24, 10 Caldwell Avenue.
I'm sorry, what's your last name again?
Joseph Hannies. It's hyphenated, Joseph hyphen H, A as in apple, N, N, A as in apple, Y, S.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. I have lived at 10 Cardwell Avenue for approximately 19 years. What I'm concerned about with this development, there are two things. Normally, for any variation on Maryland Avenue, we get a notice. We never received any notification of this application. Maryland Avenue backs onto our backyard, faces the backyard of Maryland Avenue. It is an area where there are a lot of trees and a lot of natural habitat. So there are a lot of different birds, squirrels, different kinds of squirrels. I have occasionally, well, fairly regularly seen a red fox running through the neighborhood. There are opossums, and of course there are raccoons. My concern is if this precedent is set and this starts happening, all the trees that are going to be moved, which are the homes of these squirrels and birds and other animals that live in the area, it's going to change the nature of the neighborhood drastically. When we compare what is proposed here to what happened across the road there were just two single home developments, not interfering with the backyards and as many trees. So if the precedent is set, then what is likely to happen is more and more applications of this nature will then come before you, and we will lose more and more trees, and therefore more and more habitat will lose their homes. My other point is that a lot of neighbors, people in the area of Maryland, Reedmont, Cardwell, walk in that area for exercise, relaxation. They walk with their children and little bikes. As one of the previous speakers pointed out, there are no sidewalks. It's a quiet, beautiful neighborhood. Should this development happen, it will destroy the look of the entire neighborhood. And it will, with the increase in density, with the number of cars, it's going to make it more difficult for people to enjoy the use of the neighborhood as they did before. So that more or less is my submission.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? Yes, Ms. McCauley?
I just have one question.
Sure.
You say you live on Cardwell.
10 Cardwell.
10 Cardwell, but you didn't receive a notice.
No.
And your, is it a townhouse?
It's a townhouse.
Okay. Your townhouse backs onto this unit?
Yes. So we see all the trees and all the animals and all the birds and everything. In fact, I also feed some of the birds. I put out bird seed, and the squirrels and the birds all come.
Okay, well, you definitely would be impacted by whatever happens behind you, really.
Yes, and usually when they're
My question to you, though, is regarding the notice. You should have received the notice, but the city occasionally runs into problems where the notice is sent to the condominium corporation. Are you part of the condominium?
Yes.
Do you know if the condominium corporation director received a notice?
No, because usually when they receive notices, they print them and put them in our individual mailboxes out front. In the past, when there have been applications for Maryland Avenue, that's how I've also received notices in my little mailbox directly in front of my house.
Okay, well then, I'd like to apologize that for some reason you didn't receive a notice, because you should have.
And neighbors
but
I
at
have
least-
spoken to did not receive notices
Okay.
either.
But the good part is you knew about this application and you're here today.
Yes.
So that's all my questions.
Okay, anybody else have any questions? Seeing none, you also want to speak, ma'am, so thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. And what's your name?
Thank you. My name is Rhoda Potter. I'm president of Agincourt Village Community Association. And I'm I want to give you the impression that we are a community, a very old established community, and people that move in stay in this community with the beautiful trees and the access to Agincourt GO Station. We're undergoing a lot of change, which we accept. We accept that Agincourt Mall will have 10 high-rise 35 to 43-story buildings. We accept that. We accept that Sheppard Avenue is becoming a canyon of high-rise condos. We know and we endorse as an association development that will give us housing. But when we see this kind of application, it brings us to say, whoa, let's look at the impact. And that's been addressed here with the neighbors. Let's look at the impact on this community, which is a neighborhood. Who accepts all of the development around us? But when this kind of severance happens, and you end up with 10 units in the middle of this neighborhood, with no sidewalks, by the way, with lots of traffic because of the GO Station, this causes us as an association to say, please look at the impact this is going to have on this particular neighborhood, just in this particular case. We accept all the others, we endorse all the others, but let's take a second look at the impact this is going to have on the safety, on the trees, on the Highland Creek, on the developments that could come after this. Thank you.
Anybody have any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. All right, do you have the speakers? Do we have one or two online?
Through the chair, we have two online. Jim Tam, we still don't see you're connected with a microphone or phone. If you could reconnect or plug in a microphone so he has something to speak through. We will start with Billy Goko. Billy, you have been unmuted.
Okay, so we're going to go with Billy then. All right. Mr. Goko?
My family lives almost right across the subject property. We live at 16 Maryland Avenue, and we moved to this location just 5 or 6 years ago. And I'd like to express my opposition, the same as the previous speaker as well. I did not receive the notice about this change, and I only thank Raymond for taking the time and making the effort to let the neighbors know about the changes that will be coming. So my family enjoys this quiet property and the neighborhood, and we do experience a lot of traffic, especially during rush hours in the weekday, and seemingly there are people picking up and dropping off passengers for in the Agincourt GO train. So my major concern is if this lot is converted into the complex, it will increase the population in the area and increase as well the amount of cars that will be passing by, which will be unsafe for my children and the other kids in the neighborhood, knowing that there are no sidewalks in this area. I agree. A lot of people have been walking, seniors trying to enjoy this space without any sidewalks. So if there will be a lot of cars passing by, that will be a security risk and be unsafe for the whole neighborhood.
Okay, anybody have any questions for the speaker? Thank you, Mr. Goko. Okay, so just Jim Tam then has left?
Through the chair, Jim Tam, please connect with your phone or connect a microphone.
Mr. Tam? You okay?
Through the chair, there still is no microphone connection.
All right, I'm going to
Jim
move on to the agent then.
Hello, yes.
Hi, can you please, you have 5 minutes to speak to the issues that were raised.
Sure. I'll be fast about this. We understand and appreciate, first of all, the concerns of the neighbors that they raised, and I think we carefully designed the proposal to ensure that it fits within the existing neighborhood context. The proposal has been designed to remain within the existing low-rise neighborhood character, and the built form itself complies with all the zoning bylaw requirements, and no variances are requested for those. Just note, I want to note again that the application before the committee today is only for the severance, resulting in 2 lots that are consistent with the existing pattern, and the minor variances are about the severance of the lots, so lot frontage and lot area. And we also note that the existing pattern on the street is already very unique and diverse. And we also show that there are similar examples nearby, such as the 10 MABERLEY Avenue, but there are also other lots that you can see on the screen from the map that have smaller lot widths. It's not, these kind of unusual, larger wide lots are not like the only unique character of this neighborhood, and there are multiple 2 stories, and it's not just a bungalow neighborhood. We believe that the scale of the development is consistent with what was already permitted under zoning, and the severance itself reflects a lot pattern that already exists on the street, as mentioned. And we also, about the comments about the trees and habitats, as mentioned before during the presentation, we did do some back and forth with urban forestry and our arborists to revise the proposal and make sure we can keep as much as the trees in the back as possible. So we try to address these comments, and we will continue to do so in case the approval of the consent through the building permit. Thank you.
I have a quick question. Did I read in your presentation material that this is identified as an MTSA that's yet to be approved? That this falls into it, or did I misread that?
No, this is not part of an MTSA.
It's not part? Because I thought I read something about it in your presentation material.
No, in the presentation, I didn't talk about the MTSA.
Okay, so I don't know where I saw it, but all right, that's fine.
It was in the planning rationale, maybe.
Okay, well, it was somewhere. So is it still awaiting approval to be an MTSA or not, or did I misread that?
No, I think it's not awaiting approval from MTSA.
So it is there, right? It's in the cover letter, apparently. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Anybody else? Mr. Khan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I would like to ask a very simple question. This archaeological assessment requirement, have you fulfilled that requirement or not?
No, not yet. That will be part of the conditions. We'll certainly do the report as requested.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have another question. We've talked a lot about the lot that was severed, but when you look at the street, there's other smaller lots. Do you know what the size of those is in comparison to what you're proposing?
Yes, so there are a number of lots with lot widths of around 17 meters or a little bit less. But the smaller one is the 10 Merlin that they did sever to 12.9.
Okay.
So the other smaller ones that you see are around 17.
Okay, thanks. Anybody? Mr. Howe?
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Agent, you noted in your material that the lot frontage ranges from 12.9 to 26 in the neighborhood, and your current proposal is for 12.28. So that's smaller than the smallest lot, right, in your material. And so I just want to note that. And second, I wanted to ask have you done any calculation as to how many lots in your immediate adjacent area has a frontage that's smaller than 13 meters?
Yes, you are correct that this lot will be the smaller one, because the next one will be the 10 Merlin with 12.9. So this is 12.285. It's still just a little bit smaller. And the other wide lots, we didn't do like a full study of all the widths of those lots, but just by looking at those, we believe that there are like two other lots that have this potential, right beside us, the 15 and also I believe it's 18 if I can zoom, 18, right across the street.
No, my question is in specific. Do you have a percentage of how many lots are smaller? So something like less than 13 meters.
No, we don't have that.
They don't have that number. Okay, thanks.
Okay, anyone else have any questions? All right, let's take it into committee then. Comments? Ms. McCauley?
Okay, I'm going to start. This is an application for intensification. No question. We're going to get 10 units on this lot. It meets the city's desire for additional units. And the city has that desire for additional units throughout the entire city of Toronto. The city doesn't say we want additional units on Yonge Street, on Sheppard, or it just says we need additional units. What we're getting here is a city desire for additional units. What we also have is a city desire for character, for stability, and for a form of development that offers a choice. Now, the proposal offers a choice. It offers 10 units versus 1. The existing offers a choice of a large lot and the potential of a large house, which would be identical to what else is built on the street. I have difficulty meshing the desire for many, many more units everywhere and the need to protect and preserve the character of a neighborhood. So I'm just going to say I'm having difficulty because I see that those two projects those two philosophies and desires don't necessarily work. And when you look at the individual, are we wanting additional units on MARILYN, or are we wanting to talk about preservation of the character of a neighborhood?
Okay, anybody else have any comments?
Thank you, Chair. I don't disagree with Ms. McCauley. However, I do see so much diversity on this street, from arguably original homesteads to massive homes. I see large lots, and I see, as Ms. McCauley noted, a desire by the city to intensify the livable density of all neighborhoods from east to west, north and south. And as much as I would not like some of these new builds beside me, that's not something I'm allowed to take in and create a bias when I make my decisions. I have to base it on the four-test rule. And my four-test rule that I interpret, that's written and can be found on the internet by anybody here, it's not outside the four-test rule. So I'm, as much as I don't like to say it, I don't find a reason not to approve this application. And I apologize to those present if you feel offended by that, but I have to do my job as I'm required to do it. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Howe.
Thank you, Chair. I'll comment as well. You know, the difficulty I'm having here is I don't have sufficient information before me to make an informed decision. As we know, OP 4.1.5, Section 5 notes, you know, development in neighborhoods will respect and reinforce the existing physical character of each geographic neighborhood, including the prevailing size and configuration of the lots. And then the OP goes on to say the prevailing size configuration will be determined by the most frequently occurring form of development in that neighborhood. But it recognizes physical character could mean those that exist in substantial numbers. And based on what I'm hearing from the agent, you know, at 11 Maryland, the lot frontage is 12.9, they're proposing 12.28. And then there are no other data on the street or in the adjacent vicinity to suggest whether the severance frontage and the lot area meets the prevailing character of the neighborhood. So that's difficulty I'm having. I simply don't have enough data before me to make an informed decision.
I'm also struggling with this one in terms of a lot of the issues that were raised by the residents. I do want to state that we're not dealing with any built form variances and that laneway suites and multiplexes are permitted in neighborhoods. I just looked up the MTSA. It's Kennedy Station is actually a PMTSA, and Maryland, that street lies within the 500 to 800 meter radius of the Kennedy Station hub, and the implications are Is it agent? I'm reading here. It says here, it's calling it Kennedy still, so maybe. But you are in it. It says that Maryland is, anyway, we're in committee, but thank you. But it does say that Maryland is lying in the, yeah, you're right. On the map, it says Agent Court, but in the text, it says Kennedy Station. So sorry about that. But it does say the implications are that these properties are subject to updated zoning, which allows higher density, because it's transit-oriented development. My struggle is that the built form, yeah, it's as of right that they're, you know, asking for, and that there are lots that are of differing sizes. So I do understand all the concerns, but to Mr. Stinson's point, you know, we are to look at all these different policies, and you know, to Ms. Potter's point, and I live this myself, I live in a different neighborhood of the city, so I hear you, and it used to be that they wanted the intensification on the arterials. That's no longer the case. They're you know, they're wanting fourplexes in the middle of neighborhoods to have what they call the mid type of housing. So this is what we struggle with as a committee, because all of us live in this city, and a lot of us are living what you're living also. But as members here, we do have to look at what is coming down from the province and what the planning department is looking at. And contrary to one of the previous applications, it had, you know, some recommendations from different departments in terms of refusals, deferral. This one doesn't have any planning report at all, which usually indicates that they don't have a concern with it. So those are my struggles, and not sure if anybody else has any comments. Mr. Khan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, my colleagues. You have covered most of the area that I wanted to say. But looking, engineering review has conditions, forestry has conditions, Metrolinx has condition, heritage has problem and is asking for assessment report. Councillor is also not in favor. And looking at this petition letter 62, form letter 16, letters of objection 15. So that represents a very large area of discontent and not happy with the proposal. So it is one of the conditions of protest that the proposal has to be a little bit acceptable to the neighborhood, and it is not. So therefore I would suggest, and how I'm thinking, to defer it or otherwise refuse it.
All right, so I'll need a motion from somebody. Ms. McCauley?
Okay. As everyone hears, we're struggling with this because we get the directions from on high, improve, increase, build more, and at the same time maintain an environment that is desirable for the people to live in it, maintain the stability of the neighborhood. We're asked to weigh these two. And for right or wrong answers, I look at this neighborhood. The houses on both sides of this are on larger lots. 15 is probably also on the same size lot as this one. 9 is on a lot a little bit smaller. 7 is the same. You go across Maryland and the pattern is the same. I like patterns. I've learned that if you duplicate your pattern, it becomes acceptable. So the only thing that is different on this street is the consent application that was refused by previous committee 10 years ago. I think that this application really is pushing the bar a little bit too much. Not only are they looking at severing, but they're looking at building a fourplex and a rear yard apartment. So that what we're getting here would be, was it 10 more units? Yeah. So we're getting, instead of 1, we're getting 10. That to me is too big a jump to be reasonable, gradual densification. So I'm saying on this particular application, going from 1 to 10, and knowing what is happening on the rest of the street, I would recommend that we refuse this application.
Is that a motion then?
That'll be a motion, unless anyone else wants to throw in their comment.
We all did comments already,
Okay.
so.
It's a motion to refuse this application for a consent and the additional 2 variances.
Okay, do I have a seconder?
I will second the motion.
Okay, all in favor? Okay, that carries. Opposed? Okay, so myself and Mr. Simpson dissent, so the application is refused.
Chair, can I make a comment?
Yeah, go ahead. Mr. Howell has a comment.
Thank you, Chair. I supported refusal, but I just want to make a comment. I don't oppose, I have no issue with the proposed build being the multiplex plus the garden suite. I simply don't, like I noted earlier, I simply don't have enough data from the agent to suggest the prevailing size and character. So I just want to make that note on the record. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so the application's been refused. All right, item number 4 was deferred. Item number 5 was deferred. Item number 6 was deferred. So we're going to take a half-an-hour lunch break, and we'll come back at 20 to 1, and we'll start with item number 7. tell me when. Yeah? All right, we're back. We're starting with item number 7, which is 2992 Shepherd Avenue East. We have before us a public hearing notice, location, map, plan of survey, previous decisions affecting the property, presentation materials from the agent, a cover letter from Bousfields, supporting materials from the agent, as well as an arborist report prepared by M&M Design Consultants. And I'm not showing any speakers. Is there anybody here for 2992 Shepherd Avenue East? Nope. Okay. Do we have the agent on the line?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you speak up a bit?
Yes, sorry. Is this better?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. My name is Melissa Greco. I'm a planner with Bousfield representing the application. The address is 3 Church Street, Suite 200 in Toronto.
Okay, panel members, do you need presentation? No? Any questions? Anybody? Okay, we have no questions. We don't need a presentation. Is there anything that's not in the materials that you need to let us know about?
No, I think it's very thorough. Everything that you need.
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. Okay, we're in committee. 7, yeah, I'll need a motion or comments, or both.
Thank you, Chair. I feel you encapsulated there a moment ago. It's pretty straightforward. So I put forth a motion that we approve this application.
Okay, I have a motion to approve the application, moved by Mr. Stinson, seconded by Ms. McCauley. And that's because we feel it meets the 4 tests. All in favor? That carries. Okay, it's up. Your application's approved unanimously.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Item number 8 was deferred. Item number 9, 116 Merkley Square. We have before us a public hearing notice, location map, plan of survey and plans. We have a revised public hearing notice. Variance number 1 is now 35.16%, which is 34.6 meters squared, and a revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations. And I don't show any speakers on this other than the agent. Okay, is the agent or owner on the line?
If somebody's up in the,
Oh, you're here. Are you the owner? Yeah, okay. Are you speaking then on his behalf? Okay. Okay, just go to the mic, that's all. I just need your name for the record and your address. Okay, I'm sorry, but I'm going to need you to spell it. So is it Kelly? Okay, and then is your last name the same? Nala?
Name.
Oh, okay, so
Nagleswara. Yeah.
Okay. How do you pronounce that?
Nagleswara.
Okay. It's a tough one. All right. And your address is?
116 Merkley Square.
Okay. Panel members, do you have any questions? No, is there anything you want to add that, to the materials? So you did make the change to variance number 1?
No.
Yeah, so you did make the change. So the first variance is 35.16%, which is 34.6 meters squared.
Yes.
Okay. All right, and I'm just looking at my notes. Yeah, go ahead. Oh, Mr. Howe has a question for you?
Thank you, Chair. I think the square meter number might be wrong,
Oh, really?
because the number doesn't add up. So if 50% is 35.2, 35.16% can't be the same as 50%. So, not sure.
Through the chair, Eric is correct. The revised should only include the percentage and not the square meters.
Oh, so the red line, you need to take that bracket out?
That is correct.
Okay. Okay, so then you guys will do that as an amendment then? Just to fix it? Okay. No? You want to weigh in, Mr. Deputy Secretary Treasurer?
Through the chair, the applicant requested this revision. And that's what's currently before you. It's a percentage and not with the absolute number.
Okay, so, I'm not sure what we do with,
You can still make a decision on it.
yeah. All right, okay. Okay, so you have nothing else to add, right? All right, we're in committee then. Hold on. Yeah, so it's in the SUP, right? So, okay. Yeah, it was in the package and the SUP, but anyways, okay, we're in committee. So that is what we're looking at, and I guess if something's incorrect, they'd have to come back, right? Okay. I don't know, unless, do you know how to, well,
Through the chair, staff spoke to the applicant before about having both the percentage and the absolute number. The applicant did not provide the
hold on. It's his file. I know.
through the chair, the applicant only has the percentage on there. It does not, they don't have the absolute number. We had raised that, staff had raised that with the applicant to include both, but they didn't.
Okay, now I'm totally confused. So where did the 34.6
You just,
come from?
through the chair, the committee can just
We can just
consider it based on the red line that you have in front of you.
Right.
That's it.
Which has the square footage in it, right?
No, it doesn't.
No?
It has the percentage.
Okay, hold on. Let me go to the SUP then.
Through the chair, 35.16%.
Okay. All right, fine. So it's as per the notice in the SUP, which only has the percentage.
We're in committee, Chair?
Yep.
Thank you. I move that we approve this amended application, and noting that the proposed front yard landscape will be at 35.16%.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so that's moved by Mr. Stinson and,
Thank you, Chair. I will second the motion. I just want to clarify the correct notice is the one in the supplementary agenda.
okay. So you're moving approval because it meets the four tests?
And it meets the four-test rule.
Okay. All right, so all in favor? Okay, that carries. Okay, it's approved.
Thank you so much.
Okay, you're welcome. All right, item number 10 is 11 11 Wood Glen Road. We have before us the public hearing notice, location map, plan of survey and plans, an arborist report prepared by Urban Forest Associates, tree and site photos. We have advisory information from Ravine and Natural Feature Protection, and we have, they're actually asking for condition number 1, I believe. Okay, is there anybody in the audience for 11 Wood Glen Road? Okay, do we have the agent on the line?
Yes, hi. My name is Nicole Weissar, and my address is 236 Emerson Avenue, and I'm the agent and designer for the project at 11 Wood Glen Road.
Okay. I don't think we need a presentation. Anybody have any questions? Panel members, Ms. McCauley?
I have here forestry recommended redesign to maintain 2 healthy trees.
For item 10?
Yeah, 11 Wood Glen.
Yeah. I have condition number 1 from ravine and natural feature protection. That's, so let me just look.
I think our address was just referenced to a memo and not an actual item.
Yeah, it's a condition 1, and then there's advisory is what I had in my notes from ravine and natural feature protection. There's no forestry report.
Through the chair, that's correct. It's just RNFP condition.
Okay, does anybody have any questions? Is there anything you'd like to add that's not before us, or that, you know, you feel is important?
Just would add that we did connect with our arborist before designing to try to minimize impact on the trees. So we have tried to sensitively design by keeping a significant distance to the trees, and also we're not building a basement, so we're going with helical piles to also minimize any impact on the trees. So we were conscious of Ravine's potential requirements and already have an application in with them as well.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. We're in committee. I'll need a motion. Mr. Khan?
Thank you, ma'am. It's a very one item variance number 10, and I'll make it this application be approved.
Okay, subject to the ravine and natural forestry condition?
Conditions, that's right.
All right, do I have a seconder?
I'll second the motion.
Okay, I have a motion to approve, including condition number 1 from RNFP, and that's moved by Mr. Khan, seconded by Mr. Howe, because it's felt this meets the 4 tests. All in favor? Okay, that carries. Thank you. Your application's approved. Item number 11, 1 Donside Drive. We have before us public hearing notice, location map, plan of survey and plans, a revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have a planning report that was in the supplemental agenda with conditions. And I'm not showing any speakers other than the applicant. Is the applicant on the line? You here? Are you? Oh, you're here for 1 Donside Drive. Yeah. I don't think we need a presentation. Is there anything you want to emphasize to us of the application, or otherwise we're, no?
As long as you approve it.
Okay, I just need your name and address for the record.
Peter Bryan, number 1 Donside Drive.
Okay, we're in committee. Any questions, anybody? No?
No, if we're in committee, thank
Go
you, Chair.
ahead. Yeah.
Sir, this is a straightforward application, so I'm going to put forth a motion that we approve it.
Okay.
Condition, of course, on the conditions of community planning.
Okay. Anybody want to second it?
Thank you, Chair. I'll second the motion.
All right, so the motion is to approve the application, including the conditions from planning, moved by Mr. Stinson, seconded by Mr. Howe, because we feel it meets the 4 tests. All in favor? That carries unanimously. It's approved.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, item number 12, number 6, Fairfax Crescent. We have before us public hearing notice, location map, plan of survey and plans. We have revisions that are, there's quite a number of them. So variances 1 and 6 were deleted. Variance number 2, 38%, which is 227.9 meters squares. Variance number 3, 22.1 meters. Variance number 4 is now 24.6, and variance number 5, 7.22 meters. And forestry is asking for condition number 2. And I I don't show any opposition speakers, so I have 3 people listed. Who's speaking on this? The agent?
Through the chair, Andrew has been unmuted.
Okay. Mr. Palumbo, are you there?
Yep, good afternoon, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Barely. Can you speak up a bit?
Is this better?
Yes, much.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee and Committee of Adjustment staff. My name is Andrew Palumbo of Ian Hall Planning Limited, and my address is 38 Betty Nagle Street in Toronto. I'm the planner and agent for 6 Fairfax Crescent. So just to give some context to the redlined plans and public notice, originally the proposed application consisted of 6 variances required to implement the proposed development. However, city planning staff requested that improvements be considered with respect to the variances required for the proposed with respect to proposed building length and depth, lot coverage, and rear yard setback. So on this basis, the owner very willingly went back to the drawing board and accommodated this request from planning and effectively reduced the total building length by 1.1 meters, which effectively improved all of the variances planning was asking us to address. So on this basis, there's a red line site plan and a red line public notice, which is before the committee today, and reflect these changes. And they include the following improvements to the noted variances, as already identified by Madam Chair. The building length has been reduced from 23.2 meters to 22.1 meters. The building depth has been reduced from 25.68 meters to 24.6 meters. The rear yard setback has correspondingly increased from 6.14 meters to 7.22 meters, and the lot coverage has correspondingly decreased from 39.9% to 38%. In addition, the owner took this opportunity to eliminate the required variances for front porch setback and rear exterior stair width, which were variances 1 and 6 on the public notice that was circulated, and these have now basically been revised to comply, so they are no longer before this committee for approval. They've been removed altogether. So as a result of these red lines, planning staff were satisfied with the improvements, and thus why committee has not received a negative staff report or otherwise from planning in this respect. So just to quickly speak to the variances, overall, it is my opinion that although some of the numerical deviations with the variances seem high on paper, the proposed application as revised represents a resulting built form on this property specifically that appropriately deploys the GFA on a site that takes advantage of a rear yard with sufficient physical space to accommodate the proposed rear addition and with minimal resulting impacts on the surrounding neighborhood, particularly in light of the recent larger rebuild that 8 Fairfax Crescent, which is immediately adjacent to the north of this site. The proposal as revised also does not trigger any corresponding landscape open space reductions, which, again, in my opinion, suggests that there is still sufficient on-site space, again, for in the backyard for both amenity and recreation, as well as for stormwater management and drainage purposes. There is also still generous building separation with the adjacent properties, and specifically with respect to the adjacent neighbor to the rear of the subject site, combined with the fact that there are also no variances required before this committee for front and side yard setbacks, which in my opinion ultimately reinforces and suggests that the proposed GFA and building envelope is appropriate for the lot in which it is located and the neighborhood as well, and doesn't suggest an overdevelopment or too much house for the lot. Rather, it is only about a 30 square meter difference in what's required for maximum lot coverage, which in my opinion is something that is not perceptible from the streetscape nor the surrounding properties in a negative or adverse manner. Lastly, to give context to the actual revision itself, that was the principal revision of the 1.1 meter reduction. Given that the proposed design builds on the existing driveway and now integrates the proposed garage into the massing off of the extended driveway further into the property, the garage has been designed and located in such a way whereby there is actual sufficient turning space between the garage and the southern property limit adjacent with 4 Fairfax Crescent. On this basis, the building length has been compressed as much as possible to accommodate a compliant 2-car parking space garage, and hence again the 1.1 meter reduction that in comparison to the original proposed dwelling design that I mentioned from the outset of the presentation. So again, in order to maintain use of the existing driveway and not change the driveway functionality or location on the site, the garage cannot be moved from its current location, otherwise vehicles will not have sufficient space to turn into and out from the garage given the southern property limit and the angled pie-shaped configuration of the lot itself. That can't change, that's the lot fabric, it's just the way it is in this neighborhood. So as such, it is my opinion that the proposal meets the 4 tests for a minor variance under the Planning Act, represents good planning, and should be approved by this committee. Thank you very much for your time this afternoon, and happy to answer any further questions.
Okay, anybody have any questions? Mr. Howe?
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Agent, you mentioned 8 Fairfax is currently being constructed. Is that construction complete currently?
Through you, Madam Chair, based on my site visit, it appears that the dwelling itself is complete. I have included photos in the planning justification report that I included as part of my submission. It appears that it has been completed. I'm not sure if there's any additional minor construction or anything, but the general building envelope and massing is established on this property.
Okay, no, thank you. That's good enough. Thank you.
Thanks.
Anybody else, any questions? Seeing none, okay, we'll take it into committee for a decision. Mr. Stinson.
Thank you, Chair. I think it pushes a bit towards the outer limits of the enlarged coverage, but it's still in the realm of being approved ready. I note that no city departments have objected, and there's no letters of objection or concern. So if anybody has any other concerns, I'd put forth a motion to approve the application.
Okay, including forestry?
Including the forestry condition, and based, of course, on the 4 test rule, I think it meets the requirements.
And as amended?
As amended.
Okay. We have a motion moved by Mr. Stinson. Is there a seconder? Okay.
I'll second the motion.
All right, so we have a motion to approve the application, including forestry condition number 2, with the amendments that were outlined earlier. And the motion is moved by Mr. Stinson, seconded by Mr. Khan. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Your application's approved. Item number 13, 51 Y Valley Road. We have before us a public hearing notice, location map, plan of survey and plans, as well as site photos. Forestry is asking for condition number 2. And is there anybody in the audience for 51 Y Valley Road? If not, do we have the agent online?
Address is 386 Young Street, Unit 1402.
Sorry, missed your name. It cut out.
Rock Kim.
Okay, good afternoon. I don't think we need a presentation. Panel members, are there any questions? Okay, sir, do you have anything to add before we go into committee to make a decision on this?
No, if you have any question, let me know. I'll happy to answer.
Okay, we're in committee. Mr. Khan.
Madam, there is one correction in variance number 1.
Sorry, what's the correction?
Correction, ma'am, is the length is 20.14 and he is saying it is 19 meters. It should be 17 meters. The other one is 19 too. Both are 19.
I don't follow.
Through the chair, this was done through a zoning review. This is correct. You should assume that it is correct. I can confirm that building depth is calculated differently from building length. It's taken from the required setback as opposed to the property line.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so we're in committee then. Mr. Howe.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I would move approval of this application. There are only 2 variances before us. They look minor and meets the 4 tests of the Planning Act, subject to urban forestry condition number 2.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. I'll second the motion.
All right, so I have a motion to approve the application because they feel it meets the 4 tests. Forestry number 2, moved by Mr. Howe, seconded by Mr. Stinson. All in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously. Item number 14, 50 MABERLEY Crescent. I'm 1450 MABERLEY Crescent. We have before us a public hearing notice, location map, plan of survey and plans, surveyor's property report from Geoplan Surveying Limited. We have tree site plan as well as site photos. We have planning asking for conditions. Ravine and Natural Feature Protection and the TRCA just had advisory information, no conditions, and correspondence in support from number 48, which is adjacent. Okay, and I don't show any speakers. Is there anybody here for 50 Maberley Crescent? Seeing none, okay. Do we have the applicant online?
Hi,
Hi.
I'm Jacqueline D'Souza, 50 Maberley Crescent.
Okay, I don't think we need a presentation. Let me see if there's any questions for you. No? Anybody on this side have any questions? Yeah, Mr. Howe?
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I just wanted to ask the applicant, community planning gave their comments that they believe variance 2 is not minor, and they imposed a condition instead of what you proposed. They asked for a 1 meter setback on the east side and a rear yard setback of no more than 1.62 meter. Are you able to comply with those conditions?
Yes, we accept that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anybody else have any questions? Mr. Khan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is related to variance number 5. I'm a little bit concerned about the rear exterior stair, which is 4.53 meters from the hazard or shore lines. It requires 10 meters. Just a cautionary note, what kind of soil you have?
I'm not sure what kind of soil we have, but the TRCA said that they have no issue or any concerns.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Okay, anybody else, any questions? All right, we're ready to take it into committee. Is there anything else you want to add, Ms. D'Souza?
No, thank you.
Okay, we're in committee, panel members. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I would move approval of this application. Overall, it appears minor and meets the 4 tests of the Planning Act, subject to community planning conditions. I believe that's it, no other conditions. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I'll second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the application, including the conditions in the March 31st, 2025 report from planning, and that's moved by Mr. Howe, seconded by Mr. Stinson, and because they feel it meets the 4 tests, all in favor? That carries unanimously. Okay, your application's approved. Okay, item number 15, 84 Colonial Avenue. We have before us a public hearing notice, location map, plan of survey and plans, an arborist report prepared by Redbud Forestry. We have site photos. Forestry's asking for condition number 2, opposition letter from the councillor, and we have a number of pieces of correspondence from residents on Colonial, Adinak, Nielsen, Oak Ridge, Purley, and Muir, and Brooklawn. And I'm showing 11 speakers. Is there anybody here in person to speak to 84 Colonial Avenue? Okay, I'm going to get you to grab a seat for now because I'm going to go to the agent. So are both of you speaking or just both of you? Okay. Do you have Mr. Benskowski there?
Through the chair, also just for your information, we have 4 speakers online.
Okay.
And Jonathan, you've been unmuted.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, committee.
Good afternoon. I know who you are, but for the record, need your name and address, and then you've got 5 minutes. Is there anything you need staff to put up on the screen?
Yes, Madam Chair, Jonathan Benskowski, 301 Keewatin Avenue. If we could start off with the site plan, please, that would be great. And then we're going to go to the arborist report. So, Madam Chair and committee, the proposal before you today has 1 requested variance. It is for a reduction to the rear yard setback for the proposed garden suite. I've read the materials submitted by neighbors. There's some confusion as to what is happening at the front of the dwelling. I can tell the committee, as well as the neighbors, that a zoning certificate has been issued for the 2-story seniors house. That is a permitted use within this zoning, and I can tell you that a zoning certificate has been issued and construction will start shortly. In terms of the proposal for the garden suite, if we could go actually to the public notice, my apologies, the public notice first, just so I can give you the exact wording. The regular required rear yard setback for a garden suite is 1.5 meters. Where that changes is if a lot has a depth greater than 45 meters, that rear yard setback now becomes 1.5 meters plus half the height of that proposed building. So that is where we get the 2.95 meters that is required. I can tell you this lot is 45.72 meters deep. So if this lot were to be 0.72 meters shallower, we would not be here today with that rear yard setback actually in excess of the zoning bylaw requirement of 1.5 meters. So again, the requirement to get to the 2.95 is essentially by 0.72 meters. If we take the 0.72 and we add it to the 1.5, even as an aggregate, we don't get up to that 2.95. So what I would say is this is somewhat of a unique situation. Now, I did have conversations with planning. Why request this at all? It can easily comply with the zoning bylaw for the rear yard setback and maintain the separation. The requirement that the rear yard have as much amenity space for those living in the senior's house at the front is why we have put that rear yard setback where it is. So the more that this were to be moving forward, actually would reduce the amenity space in the rear yard. If we could go to the arborist report, please, and start on page number 9, which is the inventory plan. So as per the proposal, there's one adjacent tree in the rear yard of the property on Glen Muir. Just if we can go to the last page and just zoom in on the back. Perfect. There's one tree of question in the rear yard of the adjacent property on Glen Muir. We can see it there. It is an extremely large tree. Okay, we can see it at the top of the screen. If we could now go to page 7, which is the actual inventory. And I'm going to just kind of paraphrase what it says about tree number 4. There will be a permit to injure as per the proposal if this is approved, but the arborist report clearly states that the construction activity that would occur will not harm this tree. So in terms of any damage to this tree, the arborist report clearly states that it will not harm this tree. There will be some pruning that would occur for this, but again, that would be done under the supervision of an arborist, and again, the tree would be able to survive. That's essentially it, Madam Chair and Committee. It's fairly straightforward, in my opinion, with just a reduction to the rear yard setback, again, to accommodate additional amenity space in the rear yard for the future residents of the senior house in the front.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll go to the speakers and then we'll come back to you. All right, your turn. I just need your name and address and then you have 5 minutes.
So I'm going to give you 2 names and addresses because there were 2 people here that had to leave.
Okay.
Colleen and Bill Chandler.
Sorry, I'm just looking here.
86 Colonial Ave.
Oh yeah, okay, got it.
So they would be supportive of the comments that we are making as well. And 88 Colonial Ave, Jason Bunn. He was in hospital today, unfortunately. He was planning on speaking.
Okay.
So he also opposes this.
Okay.
My name is Sherry Knight. I live at 83 Colonial Ave, directly across from this property, 84.
Okay. Go ahead, you have 5 minutes.
My comments are grounded in the 4 tests under the Planning Act. First, the variance is not minor. The application proposes a reduction in the required rear yard setback by over 40%. This is not minor in either a quantitative or qualitative sense. It materially alters the building envelope, reduces separation between properties, and significantly impacts privacy, light, and open space.
Further, the need for this variance is driven by the introduction of a second large-scale structure on the lot. The scale and placement of both dwellings are creating the need for relief. This is not a minor adjustment, it is a fundamental reconfiguration of the site. Second, the proposal does not maintain the general intent of the zoning bylaw. Rear yard setbacks are established to ensure adequate separation, privacy, access to light, and the protection of landscape features, including tree protection zones. This proposal undermines those objectives. It brings the garden suite significantly closer to the rear property line, diminishing privacy and light for adjacent properties. It also compresses the available rear yard space, which is particularly important on this block with drainage concerns. Most importantly, the reduced setback does not accommodate tree protection zones. The plans indicate impacts to mature trees, including a healthy mature tree on the adjacent property to the north, where limb removal and excavation within the critical root zone are anticipated. Tree protection requirements are not optional constraints. They are integral to site planning and must shape the building footprint. Third, the proposal does not maintain the general intent of the official plan. This property is located within a neighborhood designation where development is required to respect and reinforce the existing physical character and to protect natural features such as mature trees. The proposal represents overdevelopment of the lot. It introduces a level of built form and intensity that is not consistent with the surroundings. Garden suites are intended to provide gentle density, not to maximize the coverage at the expense of landscape, tree preservation, and spatial relationships. The parameters of the site, including zoning standards and tree protection zones, should inform the design. In this case, the design is instead driving the need for a variance and the extensive removal of trees, which is not consistent with good planning practices. Fourth, the proposal is not desirable for the appropriate development of the land. The scale and intensity proposed raise compatibility and functional concerns. The number of bedrooms and the inclusion of ensuite bathrooms attached to dens suggest a high-density use of this property. The plan also references a senior's residence. If the primary structure is used this way, it will inevitably involve additional support services and visitors. This will create great parking concerns on the street. Tree protection is a critical issue in this application. The city's urban forestry policies emphasize the importance of preserving the urban tree canopy. Mature trees take decades to establish and cannot be readily replaced. Development must be designed to fully respect tree protection zones. In this case, even if the garden suite were moved to the minimum permitted setback, the size and configuration of the structure must still be reduced to ensure full compliance with tree protection requirements. Finally, this represents a self-created condition. This is a new build. There are no inherent site constraints preventing compliance with the zoning bylaws. The need for a variance arises from design choices, including the size and placement of the proposed structures. The applicant has the ability to redesign the proposal to fully comply. In conclusion, the application fails all 4 tests. The variance is not minor, does not maintain the intent of the zoning bylaw or the official plan, and is not desirable for the appropriate development of the land. The proposal represents overdevelopment and significantly impacts trees with extensive removal and injury. For these reasons, I respectfully request that the committee refuse the application.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody have a question? Go ahead, Mr. Khan.
Madam Chair, through you, I would like to ask, you mentioned drainage. Madam, your house is in opposition of this particular proposal. How does the drainage affect you?
The drainage does not affect me. I am saying that is an issue in our neighborhood. I certainly have drainage issues on my side, but I know that the neighbors on that side, and I am speaking for some of them today. As I mentioned at the beginning, I gave you their addresses, 88 Colonial Ave, and then 86 Colonial Ave, and we have somebody else here, 74 Colonial Ave, that do experience those drainage issues.
So it is not affecting you, but it is somebody else's you are proposing.
Regarding the drainage issue, yes.
Thank you.
Anyone else have any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you very much. Okay.
Good
Hi.
afternoon. My name is Jim Knight, and I reside at 83 Colonial Avenue, which is across the street from the property in question.
So you folks are together? Yeah,
We're husband and wife.
yeah, generally you split the 5 minutes, so because I didn't, I
Oh,
thought you were,
so
so
I-
it's fine, I'll give, because you didn't know, I'll give you a couple of minutes, 2
I have
minutes.
a set of different concerns, but they're shared. But I understand.
I'll give you 2 minutes if you can maybe sift through your notes faster, then that would be good,
Okay.
just because you weren't aware.
Again, my wife has made the point about green space and trees. That's a real concern. And especially the tree to the north of this build, I don't think it can be adequately preserved with this build. The presence of trees and green space is essential to the environmental sustainability of our city. Concerns have been raised as to the number of potential occupants on the property. And I know this is not an issue for the variance today, but it is an important point. According to the building plans, the seniors' residence, the big house, and the garden suite together will have a combination of 10 bedrooms, 2 dens with ensuite bathrooms that could be converted to bedrooms, and an unfinished basement in the garden suite that could have 2 bedrooms. So count that up, and potentially you could have 14 bedrooms on this site. So this property is being converted into a space for maximum occupancy, and it will result in a significant influx of people into our neighborhood. The question is the infrastructure of our neighborhood, water, sewage, water drainage from property, parking, snow removal, will it accommodate this change? While parking is not a determining factor for you, site-specific conditions must be considered. This property has a fire hydrant on its front lawn, and there's a documented history of parking issues associated with a prior multi-tenant use of this property, with vehicles parking on the lawn and in front of the fire hydrant. A 2-car garage and a driveway will not provide adequate parking for the number of people potentially living in these 2 dwellings. So where will they park? Adequate parking is essential for the safety of our neighborhood. With no sidewalks on our street, we want to make sure that children, families, and the elderly can walk safely down the street.
Can I get you to wrap it up?
Okay.
Like, if possible, is there anything specific to the variance? Because
Okay.
we're only, I
Okay.
understand the emotional
Okay, sure.
issues, but if
But-
you have a couple of things.
Okay, certainly, that's, in closing, I would say one thing to you. Have other options for the garden suite been explored? That would be my chief challenge to all of us here. Are there other possibilities for developing this property? We're a welcoming community. We want that site to have a house on it for people to live in our neighborhood. But we are concerned with this variance and the impact it will have on the privacy of our neighbors and the trees primarily, because there are trees that are going to be cut down. And that's a shame. So thank you very much. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Anybody have any questions for the speaker? Mr. Stinson, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much. Is there any other garden suites on the street as of now?
No. Yeah.
Okay. Sir, you want to speak also? Okay, go ahead. I just need your name and address first.
I'm Robert Hillier of 74 Colonial Avenue.
Okay. Just give me 1 second. Okay, go ahead, sir. You have 5 minutes.
I won't need 5 minutes. I have read other people's scripts that they're going to say to you here today, particularly Victoria and Jay. I believe they're on a call. I don't want to steal their talking points. They're right next door, so I don't want to take their points away from them. This just is very concerning for all the neighbors around the street. The potential number of rooms, the street parking, the removal of trees, these are all things that we are quite worried about on this area of the street. Beyond that, I agree with everything that people have said, that these two people have said, and people who are going to be speaking on the phone call. I second, or I support their views on this.
You do understand that garden suites are permitted?
I do.
Okay.
There's variances. Again, I won't go into the details. Other people will. But there's variances that are requested beyond, like a 40% variance of the setback from the property line. That's concerning. The trees are concerning. The number of people is a concern. Like it's being positioned as a seniors residence. How will that be monitored? It's not. It's a strange place to have a seniors residence. Yeah, it
Well,
seems like
the applicant can speak to that when he comes back.
Of course.
Because he's listening to all the things you folks are raising,
Understood.
so.
Understood.
Just another Christine Young, are you speaking instead of
Yes, I'm
her?
speaking for her.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, she and I were common law partners.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's good.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Anybody have any questions for Mr. Hillier? No? Okay, thank you. We'll go
Thank
to
you.
the virtual.
Through the chair, we're going to start with Victoria and Jathusen, who are signed on together, and I believe they are at the same address. So, Victoria and Jathusen, you have been unmuted.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey.
Hi, good
My name
afternoon.
is Jithu Simaragan, and I'm here with my fiance Victoria Garcia.
Okay.
We live right next door at 82 Colonial Avenue. So we did have a lot of points, but Sherry and Jim kind of spoke on a lot of them very well. So we just want to make sure we reiterate those points, and I don't want to kind of repeat those points at all. But one of the points that I think that is really important to us is that all the trees that are being removed for the property. And the main reason for that is, I guess, the drainage issue that Sherry brought up. It is a very real thing. So we moved into the neighborhood in September. So we've only been here for around 6 months. But even in that short time frame, we have seen the flooding in our backyard. There's constantly pools of water whenever there's any sort of rainfall. It was a lot worse in the last couple of weeks when we had the pretty big storm. So the rainfall is a pretty big issue, and the I guess the overflow of water is a very real issue that we see. I know others in the neighborhood, and especially on our side of the street, face that same issue. To my knowledge, the trees kind of help with that, and especially the roots absorbing the water, it kind of mitigates that issue to a degree. But with the significant removal of the trees, that may pose an even bigger issue. So I just want to make sure that's kind of brought up, and that the property and the proposed plans kind of address that issue, not just for our property, but for them as well.
Speaking on behalf on the terms of the water and the drainage, so yes, we are neighbors that are directly impacted by this, and with the garden suites 40% variance that we find as fairly significant in terms of the consideration for this application. One thing to note as well in terms of the drainage issue is that specifically for our backyard side as well, it's about 30 centimeters deep, especially during the times that there's significant rains for those days. So in terms of building that garden suite as well, I don't believe in the application plans as well as the additional resources in the application note any plans for proper drainage systems and where is the sewers going. All those haven't been into consideration, so we want to call that out in terms of the objection for this plan as well. I wanted to also speak on behalf of Fran and Kirk Potvin, who are at 76 Colonial. They aren't able to make this meeting. However, they're echoing every concern that was mentioned by Sherry, Jim, myself, Jay, as well as the rest of the community in terms of the variance not being minor, overdevelopment, over occupancy, as well as the tree and green space environment concerns that also lead to the water drainage issues as well.
Okay. I know that the applicant can speak to the drainage. They usually have to submit a drainage plan, but he can elaborate further on that.
Okay.
Anybody else have any questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you very much.
Through the chair, next is Chen Ling, and then we're going to unmute Tanya, and that'll conclude the online speakers.
Okay, thanks.
This is Chen Lingjing. My
Hi,
address,
Hi, sir. Can you speak up a little bit more and also give us your address?
yeah, sure. This is Chen Lingjing. My address is 35 Colonial Drive. I'm 2C6. I'm right behind the property. Yeah, this is my objection letter. So I have 8 points I want to see. The point 1 is this is not minor. So I don't want to repeat. I think Sherry has already stated it. So let's go to the point 2. Next page, please.
I'm sorry, what's point 2? I missed that.
Yeah, the point 2 is angular plane. So angular for the next page. Next page of the objection letter. Yes. I think it has the conflict with the intended angular plane controlled design to limit the building mass. So this is the second point. So due to the City of Toronto Garden Suite rules, all the Garden Suite should follow the angular plane. Yeah. So the most important, we can go to the point 3, tree protection zone. As the developer mentioned, I am the neighbor who has the extreme big large tree. It's a silver maples. So if you want to change the setback from 2.95 meters to 1.76 meters, then you have to make construction within the tree protection zone. 100% they will harm the tree. So, but the developer side, they will protect the tree, even though they build the garden suite within the tree protection zone. It sounds like a joking. It sounds like I will give you a heavy punch in your face, but I will keep you safe. It sounds like joking. So, okay, so we can go to the point 4. Yeah, I also drawn the picture to let you know better. So it's no way the TPZ, the tree protection zone, should be 6 meters. But if you want to change the setback smaller to the 1.76 meters, 100% it will harm the tree. No one can guarantee. And they will increase the risk of the long-term tree decline and failures in the future. Oh, let's go to the point 4. Yeah, the point 4 is no hardship. The plans show a 9.71 meters distance between the main house and the garden suite. It means the structure could reasonably be moved closer to the main house instead of closer to the neighbors. So it's not necessary to reduce the setback. The point 5 is a primacy. It's a second floor. It's a 2-floor garden suite with a full basement. And I can see the plan. There are lots of windows on the second floor. If you reduce the setback, then who live in the second floor of the garden suite will just look your backyard. There's no privacy for the neighbors. And the point 6 is neighborhood opposition. There are more than 20 written objections letter in the website right now. Actually, we have more people that disagree with the garden suite. But some people have had some other things to do. They can't go to the hearing today. So let's go to the point 8, overdevelopment. Overdevelopment. In the main house, they have like 11 to 12 bedrooms. So they also want to build the garden suite to plus like 2 or 3 bedrooms. I think it's totally overdevelopment. So in summary, the proposal conflicts with several plan rules and policies, including Toronto Zoning Bylaw 569-2013, City of Toronto Garden Suite Rules, the City Tree Protection Policy, Toronto Garden Suite Planning Studies, and also the planning intent of Ontario Regulation 462-24 regarding the building placement. And in conclusion, it's not minor, it's not desirable. It doesn't maintain the intent of zoning bylaw. It doesn't maintain the intent of official plan. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody have any questions for the speaker? Seeing none. Okay, thank you very much. And there's one speaker left.
Can you hear me now?
Barely. Can you say something else?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Not really. It's really, really soft. Can you speak up at all?
I'll put it right to my, can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's really good.
Okay, perfect. I will keep it here then.
Okay,
Talk to my
thanks.
computer. All right, let's get started then. My name is Tanya Baksh and I reside at 214 Oak Ridge Drive. I am a director of the Cliffcrest Scarborough Village Southwest Residents Association. We are concerned about this application at 84 Colonial. We support property owners improving their properties, especially since this home has been left empty and fenced up since the fire that happened a couple years ago. There are already generous zoning bylaws for new developments, including this new 2-story home and the garden suite, but these investors keep requesting more well beyond the zoning bylaws. For this application, we agree there is only one variance that is being requested, but it is not minor. The requested variance for the rear yard setback of the garden suite is 1.19 meters or 40.3% smaller than permitted. This variance being requested is not minor and does not satisfy the 4 tests and should be refused. Our Residents Association has also pointed out to the Committee of Adjustment the trend of applicants to not answer the question on the application form. Why is it not possible to comply with the zoning bylaws? In this case, the applicant's answer is existing site conditions. It is a long-standing belief, a principle subscribed to by committees of adjustments, that if there is an impact and an alternative solution, approval should not be granted. We understand that the committee does not necessarily adhere to numbers when determining the appropriateness of a specific proposed variance. However, simply wanting relief from the existing bylaws does not satisfy the burden of proof that is borne by the applicant. We feel that the justification provided for this minor variance application, and also as noted by Mr. Benkowski in his presentation, is only being requested for desire and is not taking into consideration the neighboring properties. There is a viable solution of moving the garden suite location 1.2 meters, or ideally even more, south of the proposed location for a shared amenity space for both of the buildings on this property. As seen in the applicant's site plans diagram A1, there is 10.39 meters in between the proposed new 2-story home and the garden suite. So there is ample room to increase the rear yard setback by moving the garden suite to the south. This increased distance will also help reduce the probable injury or destruction of the large mature tree on the neighboring property behind them. Our community is characterized by larger lots than those found in older parts of the city and are well treed. Because of our mature trees, we could be described as the lungs of Toronto. Unfortunately, many bylaw protected trees become collateral damage during the development process, and this application is a perfect example. Our Our Residents Association recently supported the tree protection bylaw changes presented by Urban Forestry and approved by the Toronto City Council for increased protection of the destruction of trees. The importance of a healthy tree canopy cannot be underestimated, and this is key to Toronto's social and economic viability. As our planet faces serious consequences caused by climate change, trees reduce the daytime urban heat by 9 degrees Celsius, mitigate flooding caused by sudden and severe storms that we are seeing more and more, and improve air quality. In reviewing the site plans, we are also concerned, along with the neighbors, on the limited parking. Our Residents Association urges the members of the Committee of Adjustment to refuse this application and make the owner relocate the garden suite to meet the existing bylaw. In our opinion, this development does not meet the committee's 4 tests, and as a community, we join our neighbors and respectfully request that this panel refuse this application. Thank you for your time and for your attention to this matter.
Okay, thank you very much. Panel members, do you have any questions for the speaker? Mr. Stinson.
Thank you, Chair. Miss, did you have any contact or communications with the agent or the owner of the property?
No, and from what I understand, the owners did not even approach any of the neighbors. But I believe Sherry had mentioned in hers that they've actually seen when the actual deadline happened for this application of the posting of it, that they were potentially doing something to the tree in the backyard of their yard. So that, does cause some concerns. And, like I said, this place has been left unkept, and, the neighbors have had to complain over the years, because it was left fenced up and the yard wasn't taken care of. So no, I have not had any contact with the owner, and nor have any of the neighbors, to the best of my knowledge.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Benskowski.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Hi, can you speak to the issues raised, but can you just start with the last point made about potentially moving it to get a better setback or a compliance?
Madam Chair, maybe I'm just speaking for myself. If I was an adjacent side neighbor, I would want the garden suite as further back on the property as possible, not closer to the main dwelling with less separation, creating maybe some impacts to those adjacent properties to the east and the west. I wouldn't want that proposed garden suite closer to my rear wall or into my amenity space. We often don't use the extreme rear of our property as amenity space. We generally locate our amenity space closer to the house. So I find it surprising that adjacent neighbors would want the garden suite closer to the rear main wall. That's just myself, Madam Chair. I'm just a little surprised by that.
Okay. Well, your 5 minutes have just started, so go ahead. You heard all the
Could
comments.
we bring up the site plan, please? Okay. And just zoom in on the site as a whole. I just want to start out by a couple of the neighbors mentioned overdevelopment. Let's be very clear here. What is on the screen is zoning bylaw compliant in every aspect except for the rear yard setback. All the heights are compliant, all the setbacks are compliant. In fact, if you look here, the side yard setback to the adjacent neighbor to the east is 4.4 meters. So that side yard setback is 4.4 meters. Everything on this screen is zoning bylaw compliant except for the rear yard setback. And as I initially spoke of, that requirement of the 2.95 is caused by this lot being 0.72 meters deeper than 45 meters. If this was a 45-meter deep lot or 44.99, this setback would be in excess of the 1.5 meters that's required. I want to touch on a couple of other things. There was some mention of flooding. This is going to be a new dwelling at the front, and there will be a new garden suite at the rear. That will be done through a grading plan. That will have to be done through the building permit process and be able to demonstrate that it can retain all of the water on the site. In terms of, there was also a mention by the neighbor to the rear on Glen Muir about the angular plane. Angular planes were removed in the OREG about a little bit over 2 years ago. So the angular planes are no longer a requirement of this. In terms of the trees, the one tree in question is located to the individual to the north. I'm not an arborist. To the best of my knowledge, nobody that spoke is an arborist. We had an arborist visit the site. He wrote a report. That arborist came to the conclusion that the construction activity from this proposal will not create any adverse harm to that tree. That's the only arborist report you have. And we also have an urban forestry condition that we would also have to adhere to. I also just want to quickly touch on, there was some talk of what would be going on in the front. So a seniors community house is what's proposed at the front. To be very clear, the senior community house definition means that any resident that lives there has to be over 65 years old. Now, staff can be under 65, but anybody that permanently resides there has to be 65. And again, that is zoning bylaw compliant. There is a zoning certificate issued for the construction of the main dwelling. We are only here for a reduction of that rear yard setback. And again, in my opinion, the impact of actually moving this closer, I think, creates more adverse impact for the adjacent neighbors. And additionally, it takes away proposed amenity space for those that would live in both the dwelling and the garden suite. I also would just like to state, in terms of the privacy and overlook, there are no rear-facing windows. There are side-facing windows and front-facing windows, which is typical, okay? But just so we're all on the same page here, this garden suite and dwelling is going to be built here. That is 100% sure. The only thing we are here for is requesting a reduction to the rear yard setback to accommodate additional amenity space between the two. Again, and I keep harping on it, because the lot is 0.72 meters deeper than what the zoning bylaw envisions. If that would be the case, we would actually be in excess. There was also some mention of requesting more. I believe that came from one of the people that was there in person. Again, there is no request for anything. The front building is zoning bylaw compliant. This is just a rear yard setback request reduction. That's it, Madam Chair.
Okay, Mr. Stinson has a question for you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, sir. Are you familiar with the RHSP?
Yes.
So you heard some speakers. I noticed in all your comments, you didn't address those comments made, although it's not part of the four-test rule. It's in the letters of concern or objection, and plus we heard from some people today talk about it. Was there any pre-grant done or any funding so far or any undertakings with correspondence with the city for the RHSP program?
Through you, Madam Chair, Mr. Stinson, I'm not aware of any, but to be 100% honest, I haven't asked my client either. And my client hasn't said anything to me about it.
Thank you.
Ms. McCauley.
Thank you. I had a couple of questions. One, I think you have answered. I'm a senior. I live in a house. I don't think I'm in a senior's residence, though. But I think looking at this house, bunch of bedrooms, looks good to me. So I was kind of wondering why you identified this as a senior's house, per se. It looks to me like anyone else's house. But my colleague here has asked whether you got any funding, and you said no, that you're not aware of any. So I'll leave the seniors issue alone. The second issue, and I'm sort of on the fence here. So I'm looking at this. Why did you not move your garden suite to the 7.5 meters? That would give more rear yard amenity space to the people in the garden suite. And it would preclude you having to come and see us.
Through you, Madam Chair, Ms. McCauley, a couple of reasons. The entrance to the garden suite is at the front. There actually isn't a door to the rear. And I know in my experience of living in a house and having a rear yard, I don't believe somebody would be going behind the garden suite to use that as amenity space. I just don't see that likely to happen. So what we tried to do is actually create the amenity space between the two structures for the residents to use, again, rather than going all the way around to the rear, which again would create more paved area, although we are compliant with all landscaping. That would create additional paving areas. But again, I actually think the impact of that is more detrimental to the adjacent neighbors than having it pushed further into the rear yard. We know from the neighbor to the north, that is a large tree that is there, which tells us he most likely is not using that portion as his amenity space with that large of a tree there. So that impact is even further mitigated to the individual on Glen to the rear just by that tree being there. Again, most likely not using that as your everyday amenity space. And again, these are deep lots at 45 meters. So again, in my opinion, moving it closer would actually create more adverse impacts to those adjacent neighbors.
Okay, thank you. I think I agree with your comments that moving it closer has more impact on the yards to the east and the west. I noticed on the plan that we got a woodshed on the one yard, and so having a garden suite back in that area probably would have little or no impact on their woodshed. I have no other questions.
Anybody else have any questions? No? Okay, let's take it into committee then. Ms. McCauley.
Okay. The only variance we have here is for the garden shed, and it has to be, I think it's a difference of 1.2 meters from what the zoning bylaw requires. If I can do that right, that's a roughly 4 feet difference. Looking at the impact of this, I think this is an appropriate location for the garden suite. It's a very deep lot. They put it at the back. That is increases the amenity space for the people living in the house at the front, as well as whoever is going to be occupying the garden suite. Given that that is the only variance, and that he's already addressed the issues of trees on the adjacent property, I propose that this application be approved.
Okay, anybody else have any comments? No? Okay, so then.
Mr. Howe?
Mr. Howe, you do? Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm in agreement with Mr. McCauley here, Ms. McCauley here. I do want to note, as part of the EHON initiative, the city official plan and zoning bylaw now generally permits garden suite. And this committee, we heard about concerns about the senior home being built, but we can only look at what's before us, and there's only one variance before us. That's the only thing we can look at today. And we heard a few concerns from the speakers here today, things regarding trees and privacy. But we do have an urban forestry condition, which will require a permit before any injury to those trees can occur. We heard about drainage being required before a building permit will be issued. We did ask the agent to consider, just not requesting a reduction of the setback, but I agree that, moving it forward, considering 82, the neighbor has a swimming pool as well in their backyard, it probably wouldn't improve the location of the garden suite. So I agree with my colleague, Ms. McCauley here, that, that the one variance is minor and meets the 4 tests of Planning Act, and I would support approval of this application as well.
Okay, well, I also agree, and I understand that these changes are difficult. The reality is the city is encouraging these kinds of garden suites and laneway suites and fourplexes, and would you be looking at it? It's the numeric value that's been focused on, and sometimes things get lost in the mix, because if you were looking at the structure, it's still going to look the same whether it's moved 4 feet forward, and the reality is they can build this as of right. So I would agree with my colleagues. We're looking at one variance here, And I would also be supporting the application.
I'll
So,
put forth a
go ahead.
motion to approve this application. I just need to quickly, are there any conditions?
Yeah,
Probably
forestry,
forestry conditions.
number 2. Okay, so you're moving that?
Move approval.
Okay, and so Ms. McCauley moves approval of the application for all the reasons stated, and Ms. getting there, and that's seconded by Mr. Howe, and that includes urban forestry condition number 2. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Okay, thank you, everyone. Item number 16. 880 Ellesmere Road. We have before us minutes from the June 5th and June 5th, 2024 and February 10th, 2022 public hearings, previous agenda packages from those hearings, public hearing notice, location map, plan of survey and plans, previous decisions, a covering letter from Cantem Group Limited, and presentation materials from the agent. And there's no conditions. And I don't show any speakers on this one except the agent. Okay, are you here? You're here.
Yes,
Go
Madam
ahead.
Chair. My name is Yasso Somalinga. I'm the agent on this application.
Okay, I don't think we need a presentation, sir. Panel members, anyone have any questions? Mr. Howe?
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick question. I understand this application was previously deferred in order to address community planning concern. Has community planning concern been addressed?
Yeah, it's been addressed, and there's a heavy variance earlier. Now it's deficiencies are only 16 now.
Okay. No, I noticed community planning did not submit any report objecting, so but it's good to have you confirm that. Thank you, sir.
All right, anybody else, any questions? Okay, we're going to go into committee unless you have something to add, sir.
No.
No? Okay, we're in committee, panel members. Mr. Howe?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'll move approval of this application. There's only 2 variances before us. It appears minor, and I understand community planning concern has been addressed. So I'll move approval of this application.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Okay, you have a question? Okay, we're just going out of committee. Mr. Stinson has a question.
Thank you, Chair. Notwithstanding what Mr. Howe said, this matter has been up in 85, 1990, 2017, and my concern is it keeps going forward, or as they say, kicking the can down the road every few years. And when I've read the paperwork here, unless I've got this wrong, it's come down to, again, the parking spaces, and there is, where's the line here? Basically, the one city department is was concerned about this being approved with the phrasing that if the committee decided to approve it. So, however, should the committee, yeah. So there's a refusal, right, from city planning? Or am I misunderstanding that? Okay.
No? Are you on the wrong?
I may be at the wrong one
Are you on
here,
number
sir.
16?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, are you looking way down? Oh, here, planning, you said?
Yeah. City planning staff concluded.
That's an old one from 2024. That doesn't apply any longer, correct?
Through the chair, our apologies. That should have been, I believe, that was from the previous application. Our apologies.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy Treasurer, as always, words of wisdom.
It was actually in the previous, actually, this was in the previous agenda package, so we actually included it correctly. It was under the previous, it
Right,
was
so,
included in
but
the
it
previous.
doesn't apply anymore, right?
That's correct.
Okay, Then that's my error, and thank you for clarifying that, Deputy Treasurer. Okay, then, I'm satisfied, thank you.
Okay, so we're back in committee. So we had before us an approval motion moved by Mr. Howe, and
Thank you, Chair, I'll second the motion.
that's seconded by Mr. Stinson, as it's felt this meets the 4 tests. So all in favor? Are you dissenting, or are you are you supporting this?
16.
Yeah? You're supporting it? Okay, so all in favor, that carries unanimously then.
Thank you very much.
Okay, sir, no worries. All right, final item today is 537 Kennedy Road. We have before us minutes from the April 2024 meeting, as well as 2021 December, previous agenda packages from those meetings, public hearing notice, cover letter from Airden Bearless. We have site photos, presentation materials. Planning is asking for refusal. We have opposition from the local councillor and opposition from residents at 531 and 535 Kennedy. I'm showing one person to speak. Do you have the opposition on the line?
Through the chair, yes, we have one person online to speak.
Okay. And you're the agent?
Yes, I am, Madam Chair. Alexander Suriano from Airden Bearless. I'm legal counsel to the applicant.
Okay, we have one speaker online. There's nobody else here. So do you want to do a brief presentation, or do you want to go to the speaker first to see what the objections are? I mean, I'll let you go ahead.
Through the chair, since there is a refusal report,
Maybe we should have okay. You're aware of the refusal report?
Yes, I am, Madam Chair, and I am prepared to speak to it.
Okay. Let's go ahead with your 5 minutes then.
All right, thank you very much. Madam Chair, just before we start, if we could please have our presentation material pulled up on the screen. Thank you very much. And if you could just kindly zoom into the first slide, and I'll just give you a prompt when I'm ready to move on to the next one. Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is, as I said, Alexander Suriano. I'm legal counsel to the applicant. The proposal before you today is seeking to approve 6 minor variances to legalize an existing garden suite above the garage on the subject property, which is in fact tenanted by a family. So if we could just go to the previous slide, please. The first page. The earlier slide, the first page, please. First page, if you can, please. Thank you very much. With the exception of a variance regarding driveway width, all of the remaining variances pertain to the garden suite, which, as has been acknowledged by this committee, is a permitted use, a permitted type of structure for these 4 properties within neighborhoods in the city of Toronto now. The first slide on this presentation provides you an overview of the subject property. You can see it outlined in blue. Important to note here, it is on Kennedy Road, which is a major street on map 3 of the Toronto official plan. It's located across from the Park Hill Cemetery, just north of Eglinton Avenue East. This neighborhood is made up of an eclectic mix of houses and local businesses. There are many original houses, small post-war bungalows, such as on the subject property. And there are a number of rear structures in the rear yards of these properties, including on the subject site, as well as the property immediately north at 539, as you can see. There has been some reinvestment in this area, including a similar rear yard garden suite that was recently approved by this committee in February. If we could go to the second slide, please. Again, to provide some context, some planning context, we can see Kennedy Road here. Again, it's a major street under the official plan. That, of course, is important because under Section 4.1.5, the development in neighborhoods policies of the official plan, major streets are singled out as areas where there are, where it's recognized that there is a potential for more intensive forms of development, and including garden suites. Now, this stretch of Kennedy Road would actually be permitted to have mid-rise and townhouse type developments, which would be beyond the level of the garden suite intensification that is being proposed here. We can also see this area is very well served by transit. It's also very close to the Scarborough GO station, which is a council-adopted but not yet approved by the minister PMTSA. It's also close to school sites, again, which we can see here located on the map. If we could go to the next slide, please. Now, turning to the subject property itself, this is a very deep lot. It's a very large lot. It is 16.82 meters by 47.78 meters. We were just talking about large and deep lots in the previous application. This is similarly one of those. It has a lot area of around 800 square meters, which is well in excess of the 464 square meter minimum lot area that applies to this site. The original home is a small bungalow, a post-war bungalow style house. You can see a significant tree coverage around the property, particularly along the south and east property lines. Now, the existing garden suite, as I said, was constructed around 2012. It's comparable, if you can look at the middle photo, it's comparable in height to the garage right next door at 379. That's the property to the north. The suite is inhabited. You can see a photo on the right-hand side. That's the bedroom. It's inhabited by a family. The garden suite is currently achieving the policy goals established by both the province and the city to provide gentle residential intensification within established neighborhoods, the EHON goals, as they're also well known. If we go to the next slide, please. Now, I'll note that there are no comments from development engineering with respect to any stormwater or drainage issues on the property. However, this area is recognized as one where there's basement flooding, and it's known as Study Area 34 by the city. This is as a result of the topography of the site and the age of the infrastructure, that is the city's infrastructure within the right-of-way. There's currently upgrade works that are occurring around on Kennedy Road and the surrounding properties, or sorry, surrounding streets, I should say. Again, there's some comments which we'll get to in the neighbors' submissions, which deal with issues of stormwater management and drainage. Again, this is an issue that is pertinent to the area, but not particular to the subject property or as a result of the garden suite.
Okay, can I get you to wrap up?
I do have quite a bit.
I know, but your 5 minutes are
I
up.
understand, but there was just some time pulling up the presentation.
I'll give you an extra minute. How's
I'd
that?
appreciate that, Madam Chair. Turning to the variances, looking at the variance for side yard setback, we can see here, Madam Chair, that the setback is 0.63 meters from the property line. Again, on this slide, you can see that it is adjacent to the garage on the northern property line. That is actually that neighboring property is actually closer at 0.42 meters. So again, this is quite a minor condition. You can see there's no access issues between them. There's actually some landscaping. Next slide, please. The next two variances deal with floor area. The first is in relation to the garden suite in relation, a maximum floor area. And then the garden suite in relation to the size of the building itself. Now, this is the main point of contention that's raised in the staff report, the size and massing of the garden suite structure. I think what's important to note is that the policy context doesn't support refusal of an application just because the garden suite is smaller in size than the main house.
I hate to break it to you, but you've
Pardon?
already exceeded a minute, so.
Okay.
Can I just stop it here? Because there's probably going to be questions, and we have somebody online also.
Yes.
Like, I know you've been waiting a long time, but in fairness to anybody else,
Of course,
wasn't
Madam
given
Chair.
extra time, okay?
Okay.
Mr. Stinson has a question for you.
Thank you, Chair. I think this may assist, Counselor.
Yes.
Can you answer the question of, what were you about to say?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for the question. Through you, Madam Chair. The variance that deals with, there's two variances that deal with floor area. The first is a maximum floor area. The second deals with the floor area of the garden suite in relation to the main property. What's important to note is that the policies that apply to garden suites, the garden suite bylaw, official plan amendment, that's SASP 670, was specifically modified by council to remove a requirement that garden suites be smaller in size than the main dwelling. The reason for that is there was a recognition by council that the main dwellings may be older, may not have yet been developed, and may not actually be developed to the maximum size that they are capable under the zoning. That is in fact the case here. You can see on the left-hand side a site statistics chart. That chart demonstrates that this lot is actually quite large relative to the minimums set out in the zoning bylaw. And so both in terms of the overall floor area and the floor area of the garden suite relative to the main dwelling, it is proportional. And the main test under the policies is not that the garden suite be smaller, but rather that it be subordinate. And looking at the structure itself, it is clearly subordinate to the main dwelling, notwithstanding its size, both in terms of its location. Again, this is not, so what you see on the right-hand side is a demonstration diagram from the City of Toronto. This is not a depiction of the garden suite. You see the plan in the middle. The photo on the drawing on the right is to demonstrate this is what the city is promoting in terms of how garden suites are intended to relate to the main dwelling. You can see here that the main dwelling has been fully constructed to the bylaw side, to a full size of its bylaw potential. That, again, that is not the case here. And what we see on the site, if you compare it to the site plan in the middle, is that the size of the lot has created a situation where these structures are much smaller in relation to the size of the lot. So overall, the lot coverage is half of what would be permitted, even with the variances being approved. And as a result, it's very clear that the garden suite, as it currently is constructed, reads like a living space above a garage and reads like a subordinate building to the primary dwelling. Ultimately, that primary dwelling may redevelop. It could be much larger, almost double what it is currently. And in that case, the policies that have been raised by staff in their staff report, again, there is no issue right now, but that size relationship between the garden suite and the main dwelling would be addressed just simply by redeveloping the main building. Thank you, sir.
Okay, I'm going to go to the person online, and then we'll come back to you. All right.
Through the chair, David Brown, you have been unmuted.
Mr. Brown? Oh, you're welcome. Mr. Brown, are you there? David, are you there? Because if you are, we can't hear you.
Through the chair, David Brown, you have been unmuted on our end.
Check if you're muted on your end, Mr. Brown. Can you phone him at all, or not? Can you tell if he's muted on his end?
Through the chair, the symbol is green on my end, which indicates that they have accepted our request to unmute, and their mic is unmuted, and it says they are connected via a phone.
Oh. Okay. Mr. Brown?
Through the chair, we're going to try to mute him and then unmute him, see if that helps.
Okay.
Through the chair, we see David's microphone disconnected. Maybe they are reconnecting their microphone. Once the prompt comes up, we will request again to unmute. But currently, it shows David is now no longer connected with a microphone.
All right, maybe we'll ask some questions if we have any in the meantime. Actually, I have one. Is it being used as a garage also, that the tenants live on top of the existing unit?
Yes, Madam Chair. So the structure is a garage on the lower level, and the living space is above. The garage serves both the primary dwelling, in which there are 2 units, and the unit above the garage, the garden
Okay,
suite.
and then there's a shed beyond the unit, right?
That's right. That shed is 10 by 10. It's less. It's not considered a structure under the building code, and therefore there is a shed in the rear of there. You'll also notice a large amenity area behind the garden suite that is used by the tenant of the garden suite.
And the structure's been there since 2012, is it?
That's right. The structure has been there for quite some time, and has been tenanted.
So nothing's changed in all this time? It's been exactly the way it is, except maybe sprucing it up aesthetically or something? But
That's my understanding from speaking with my client, Madam Chair. There has been some changes to the property to respond to some comments received by city staff. There was removal of some hardscaping
okay.
in front of, behind the existing house and in front of the garage. That hardscaping was removed at the request by staff, and our client was happy to do so. It increased the soft landscaping in the rear yard, which is currently 71%, well above the 50%. It wasn't needed to meet the 50%, but it was requested by staff as a way to improve the site, as a suggestion to improve the site, and it was something that my client did a couple years ago.
Okay. Is it the same owner all this time, or has it changed over time?
It is the same owner, Madam Chair.
Through the chair, we are going to unmute David Brown again.
All
They've
right.
connected their device.
Okay.
So David Brown, we have sent an unmute, and you are now unmuted on our end. Can you please speak?
Mr. Brown, if you can hear me, can you say something?
Through the chair, David, we unmuted you again.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry, I disconnected there somehow.
All right. So I just need your name and address for the record, and then you have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. So did you hear any of my previous
No,
submission?
nothing.
Okay, I'll start from the beginning. My name's David Brown, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself and my wife, Holly Morin, today. We are the residents and owners of 535 Kennedy Road, directly next to this proposal. A couple of things off the bat that I'd like to address that were mentioned. It is true that this garage facility that was constructed for business purposes illegally over a decade ago is tenanted by a family. I've wondered why a family is living in the garage despite the fact that the main residence sits empty and has been empty for some time and has had people move in and out, and the family in the garage never given the opportunity to live there. It is true that it's on a major street, but Kennedy Road, where we are, is residential single-family homes, including in behind us on Cleta Avenue. So we do have a green space across the street, and it's true Kennedy is a main road, but it's very residential where we are. 539 does in fact have a garage, but it's very closely set back to that main residence. It's not at all like what is existing at 537. It's also more relative in height to the home at 537. It's not an applicable comparison because a vehicle could not drive behind the residence in front of the garage as they can at 537. Also, too, the stormwater issue that was mentioned and the development that's taking place to address that is not at all applicable to what's happening at my property. The city staff have been out to my property and they've seen the subject property at 537 and they've noticed the mounding, the significant mounding and hardscaping that's been created for the development of these illegal structures. I would note that looking at the site plan, the existing shed that's located at the back is not surrounded by softscaping. That was once a 1.5-story dwelling that was also illegally constructed. And as you see in my figure submissions, the pad for it and the connection to the grid still remains and is able at any time to be hooked up. So that's not softscaping. And also too, the garbage trash enclosure is also not listed on the site plan, nor is that indicated as hardscaping, as well as in behind the house. That's still hardscaping. And you'll see in my submission, the figures, the vehicles recently have always parked in behind the residence because it is hardscaping. It's limestone and it's packed like a baseball diamond. So that contributes to an issue that's never been addressed. Now, going back, I'd like specifically now to speak to the variances. Variances 1 and 6 deal with the setback. So the reason why this large garage facility was built right next to the property line virtually with no room for drainage and a drastic elevation is because they want to maximize space behind the house in which to back trucks and trailers in between the garage and the trash enclosure. So if you were to follow setbacks, it would minimize that space and access to the rear of the yard and harm your ability to further build and develop the rear of the yard illegally. The height is excessive, and the only reason why it's so excessive is because the main floor of the garage is used for a business purpose. Vehicles come and go from the owner's company. They contaminate garbage, as you'll see in the figures. My wife dutifully rinses out jars and is very careful not to throw out and recycle non-recyclable plastics. But again, we know it's all for naught because this property next door is having their waste contaminated. So also too, looking at 3 and 4, the area. This is more than double the size of the main residence. This is not gentle in nature. It's significantly bigger than what's allowed. Even if the main residence were bigger in size, this development is so excessive, it's still above what's allowed by the city, and the staff report indicates that. And finally, the driveway number 5. The driveway was widened to give access to the back of the property for large vehicles to park and for residents and people to park illegally. And I note that you see the videos from my bedroom window. They shine lights in my bedroom window. You can't have the windows open because of noise and exhaust fumes. It's an awful nuisance that's never been addressed. And for these reasons that I've outlined, I don't think at all this meets the planning test. My neighbors don't believe it does. The city councilor does not believe it does. And nor does the city staff who've been out and seen this development. And I think if you were to approve this and legitimize this, you would only just be condoning the nuisance and disruption that me and my wife have been suffering now for a very long time. And also, too, you would essentially just rubber stamp and set a horrible precedent that people can just build whatever they want for whatever purpose, and then essentially at some point down the road try to say it's something it isn't to get it legalized, and that's just not right.
Okay.
So for those reasons, I say you should reject it based on the 4 tests, and I welcome any questions.
Well, let me see if there are any questions. Panel members, does anybody have a question for the speaker? Mr. Stinson.
Thank you, Chair. Sir, you said that there's all these issues. Have you ever seen enforcement action or called in various departments yourself?
Numerous times. The city has it on record, city staff in their report when they came to my property. They did so because of the numerous complaints that were put into MLS. They have issued warnings, but the behavior and the disruption always continues. And this is why I say that if you were to approve these variances, which are not at all minor in nature or gentle and passing the four tests, it would just legitimize the disruption that has occurred for many years and never been addressed.
Thank you, sir.
Anybody else have any questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much, Mr. Brown. I'm going to go back to the agent, and you have 5 minutes to address the issues raised.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'll speak to the issues raised by Mr. Brown. Now, while I appreciate Mr. Brown may have what he considers concerns about the property, I will note that all of them none of them pertain to the variances that are before you, and that must be the consideration of this committee and the focus of the decision. The variances legalize a garden suite, which, as we have said, is a permitted use encouraged by the city, encouraged by the province, and permitted particularly on this stretch of Kennedy, which is on a major street and which is distinguished in the policies of the official plan, 4.1.5, as I have mentioned, as being intended for greater intensification. So when my friend talks about this stretch of Kennedy being single-family homes, they are single-family homes. They're also bookended by commercial plazas, a mid-rise development at the corner of Kennedy and Danforth. So it is a mix of densities in this area. And this represents gentle intensification at its most sensitive. With respect to the use of the property, again, this is not a variance issue. There is no variance, as you'll note, for use for the property. There is no commercial use for the property that's being proposed. This is, again, as my friend acknowledged, is tenanted. It is a residential use, and that is exactly the intention of garden suites. With respect to my friend's comments about storage enclosures on the property, again, these are not structures. You can see from the photos in my friend's submission that they're simply used to store seasonal garden equipment. There's lawnmowers, there's rakes, there's workout equipment, normal things that tenants or any inhabitants of a building would store on their property. With respect to the landscaping, my friend continues to call it hardscaping beside the garage. Again, that is softscaping. There has been no variance flagged for that. It's not, and as I mentioned, the amount of soft landscaping on the property far exceeds the minimum of 50%. It's 71.1% on the property. With respect to the distance of the comparison between the garage to the north, and I should also note the resident at 539 is not in opposition to this proposal. She doesn't oppose it. And that garage structure, as you can see in the photo at the top left-hand side of the screen, that is closer to the building because it is not a garden suite. The garden suite is intended to be actually further away from the main dwelling unit, and in this case, it is over 9 meters away from the dwelling unit, the central dwelling unit. So again, well complying with the setback requirements, the front yard setback requirements, the distance requirements on the property, with the exception of the setback to the north, which is larger than the setback that exists from the garage to the north from the property line. My friend spoke about the height, said that the height is excessive. I'll note that the height that is being sought here is a difference between 3.3, which is the bylaw standard, to 3.4. That is a difference of 10 centimeters. That is about this much. And that is the result of a peak roof, which the peak roof provides greater light and greater sky views around the building. It's in fact a desirable form of structure for both this type of garden suite, but also for the main building as well. With respect to the issues of privacy, my friend is taking photos into my client's yard. You'll notice that with respect to the garden suite, there are only 4 windows, 2 on the front, 2 on the back. The 2 on the front look out onto Kennedy. The 2 at the back are set well back from the rear property line. Again, well in excess of the setback requirements. It's set back over 11 meters. Again, this is a well-sited garage, a garden suite that is being inhabited. To refuse this application would be to refuse housing when all the policy basis here is promoting the creation of this type of housing in these types of neighborhoods along major streets in this location.
Okay.
Yes.
So we're at 5 minutes again.
We are.
Yeah, sorry.
No, it's fine.
I don't know, I'm sure there's going to be some more questions. Mr. Khan?
Through you. Sir, my question is very simple, but at the same time, I'm just trying to figure out how can I understand. Sir, your variance number 3 and number 4, they are not minor. And also, you know, the staff has already recommended after their deliberation for refusal. My question to you, sir, is when was this built? How old is it?
How old is the structure?
Right.
Through the chair, this structure is, it's over 10 years old. It was constructed starting in 2011, and it was finalized construction, I believe, in 2013.
Sir, was it built with the building permit or without permit?
No, that's been something we've been clear about. Again, through you, Madam Chair, this was not constructed with a permit, and it was inhabited for many years. It was flagged to come in for variances, and in fact, the client is now seeking to legalize the structure through the proper channels, and part of that legalization is obtaining the variances that are before you.
Thank you.
Does anybody else have any questions? I guess I have one. I don't know if you can answer it, but you talked about, you know, that it's subordinate to the main house. So given the way it is now and that you have a negative planning report, because clearly, you know, they don't want to have precedent set that you get these gigantic garden suites, why is your client then not considering developing the site as a whole?
I think, Madam Chair, that's a good question. I think, Madam Chair, that speaks to, first off, the inconsistency in the opinion of staff with the policies. The policies do not require subordinate to mean smaller than, or the main house. In fact, those policies in OPA 550, which is also known as SASP 670, which is the garden suite policies, were specifically removed by City Council in July of last year. That and I wish to be clear about this, that requirement that the garden suite be smaller in order to be considered subordinate, that was removed by Council, recognizing that there are houses that have not been developed, and that in order to promote new housing through garden suites, flexibility must be permitted. And so subordinate does not mean smaller than. With respect to the precedent issue, there is no precedent concern for a couple of reasons. The first is, this is on a major street, and as I mentioned, 4.1.5 and 4.1.6 of the official plan, 4.1.6 specifically says that development that is of a greater intensity on a major street within a neighborhood shall not be considered as precedential in nature for the interior of the neighborhood. Second, with respect to approvals of variances where the garden suite is larger than the main dwelling and has still been considered subordinate, this committee approved such variances for 2 Granger, which is a close-by property, in February of this year. Similar variances for both overall, so maximum floor area for a partially constructed garden suite, and for a size of the garden suite relative to the size of the property have been approved. So again, all to say, Madam Chair, that the size of the main dwelling is not the determining factor in whether or not the variance for for maximum floor area relative to the main dwelling should be approved. That is a qualitative analysis of what is subordinate. And again, relative to the size of the lot, relative to its location behind the house, and the fact that this clearly looks like living space above a garage, those in all respects make this subordinate to the main dwelling.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Khan.
Sir, respectfully, have you noticed any other garden suite in the area which is as old as yours?
Through the chair, yes, there is a garden suite, as I said, that was just recently approved by this same committee at 2 Granger in February of this year. It was under construction, so partially constructed without a permit, and it had the same variances, not same numerically, but same variances for both maximum floor area and maximum floor area relative to the lot. So with respect to this type of garden suite, one that was constructed without a permit and where it is larger than the main dwelling, yes, we do see that in the area.
Because I asked this question in relation to it will become a, let us say we approve, suppose it will become a precedence for the area, and then we will be stuck here and the people after us will be stuck with the same proposition. This has in the area, why not us? So that is the, you see, your variance 3 and 4 is not minor, sir. And that is where I'm stuck altogether. Thank you.
Mr. Howe.
Thank you, Chair. To the agent, I was just looking up 2 Granger Avenue from February. I do want to make a note that the gross floor area for that one was 103.93 meters square compared to the 120 square meter permitted. But for your case, sir, you're requesting 169.2 square meter. So I don't think those are apple-to-apple comparisons, as what you're requesting is substantially bigger than what was previously reviewed by this committee and approved by this committee.
Through the chair, you're right. As I mentioned, sir, the numbers are not the same. The response or the comment was with respect to the principle of the garden suite being found to be subordinate while being larger than the main dwelling, which was a variance that was approved. And with respect to the lot, if you look at the 2 Granger site itself, it is significantly smaller in both relative size of its dwellings, but relative size of the lot to the lot that we see here on Kennedy. And that makes sense. Kennedy, again, is a major road. It's a different context. These are much larger lots. This is a very deep lot at 47 meters. So again, the numbers are different. The principle is the same. The garden suite is larger than the main dwelling, but subordinate. And again, relative to the size of the lot, significantly different from the subject property. Significantly smaller, I should say.
Any other questions? Okay, let's take it into committee then, Mr. Stinson.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I want to commend you. You're one of the better speakers I've heard today, and I thank you for it. You're very articulate, persuasive. However, I'm going to start with, well, some may suggest that Mr. Brown's concerns do not relate to the 4-test rule. I think that community planning sees it differently. I think that when we look at the 4-test, one is maintain intent and purpose of the official plan. Digging deeper on a case-by-case basis, which this committee does, we look at official plan as shaping community character, coordinating the infrastructure, and setting the framework for, the regulations. There's actually 3 more, but those 3 in particular I think pertain to this. And the point I'm making is that community planning has already made it on page 404, that this is overscaled, incompatible built form, and unacceptable impacts to the neighbors. How do we know this? It's evidence-based because of what we heard from the neighbors. And the fact that he's even indicated in his statement that there's evidence with the city on the computer system of complaints and numerous involvement with city officials. So for me, although you're very persuasive and you've done a great job, I just can't see my way around approving this.
Okay, I'll weigh in. I mean, I struggle in terms of the fact it's been there since 2012. It's a long time. I hear the neighbors' concerns. You can see it in the pictures. You can see it on Google Maps. There's a lot of hard, call it, I don't know, compacted gravel, whatever, behind the house. A lot of cars parked, and I'm sure they've had a lot to contend with. But sticking with this, is it subordinate? Well, I guess one can also argue, should a garden suite look overpowering to the main house? And I would argue that it should not. Was this originally built as a garden suite? Probably not. It was probably built as a garage originally, because nobody talked about garden suites in 2012. I think I have to side with planning on this because, you know, we're dealing with a lot of garden suites now and different setbacks and whether it's appropriate and whether it's not. In this case, I think it clearly isn't. And planning pretty much spelled it out in their report as to why. It does look overpowering. I mean, the house is almost dwarfed by it. So I hear what you're saying about something shouldn't necessarily, like the smaller bit versus bigger, but if you look at this, it's like you have this teeny little bungalow, if you think of a Lego block, right? And then you have this giant thing behind it. So I too, I'm gonna be refusing the application. Although your arguments were very, very succinct, but I just can't support this in this case. So does anybody else have a comment? Mr. Howe?
Thank you, Chair. I'll chime in. I mean, I think I'm more persuaded by the community planning report. And in particular, I note this comment by them, right? The performance standards of zoning bylaw 569-2013 as amended by the citywide garden suite bylaw identifies 120 square meter as an absolute maximum gross floor area for a garden suite. The proposed garden suite, what we're seeing before us is 169.02, and it is therefore not minor, and it doesn't meet the official plan and zoning bylaw requirement. And we have to be mindful of the Planning Act requirements, Section 45, and it doesn't meet a significant number of those tests.
Okay, anybody else? All right, go ahead, Mr. Stinson. Do you want to move a motion then?
Thank you, Chair. In light of all this, and again, thank you, sir, I'll put forth a motion to refuse this application before the committee today.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Mr. Khan?
I will second the motion.
All right, I have a motion to refuse the application moved by Mr. Stinson, seconded by Mr. Khan. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Thank you.
And thank you, Madam Chair and the committee.
Have a good afternoon. Okay, and item 18 was deferred, so we stand adjourned at 2:46. And I don't have a gavel, but